Dude, how you living, pimp? Dude, I'm talking to you. Just a moment. Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo, Zoo, can you hear me, big dog? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for not leaving just now, because sometimes when you see that, like, I'm trying to come back, you'll be like, oh, okay, and you leave. You were patient, and I very much appreciate that. Thank you. How are you, man? Okay, so you said you're not too bad. How's CHB doing? Yeah. So have you listened to her radio show yet? Why not? I don't know. You maybe want to make yourself sad someday. What up, Pimp? What's good, son?
Have you seen the ADP, the documentary?
No one's seen that.
You haven't seen?
No one
It
has.
just came out.
No one has seen that, dog.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No one knows what you're referencing.
Do you know what who ADP is?
No one knows who that person is.
You don't know who he is.
No. Who are you referencing, dog? Doug, do you remember that time I asked you who are you referencing, and then you were just silent, and then we just
ADP 445.
okay. Look, Doug, if unless you're gonna speak English and not just letters and numbers, we're not gonna be able to communicate.
He was an influencer figure for talking for minor in this thing, but they pushed this thing, so
They-
it's still out.
They botched
The
this.
documentary goes into that.
They botched this.
Yeah, they botched this thing.
Or you could say they butchered the thing, but you wouldn't say it. But that's okay. I wanna know on what platform were they an influencer? All right. Were you a fan of theirs?
No,
Okay.
I didn't know. I didn't know until they were after they got caught.
Okay. And now you're obsessed with them?
No, I just watched them.
Okay. And from 0 to 10, how good was the documentary?
8.5.
Oh, so it was really good.
Yeah, you go. It shows like how these like how far these like predator couches would go and how they just start chasing.
Pardon me. Can you repeat that?
Like it shows how far these predator couches would go and how they just start chasing and they don't know what they're doing. And then Chris Hansen in the documentary says he has no respect for these guys. They don't know what they're doing. So like even Chris Hansen, which is like a hypocritical statement. Even Chris Hansen in the first 2 seasons, everyone he thought got away because he also botched his things.
I agree. I think this is work for police officers and no one else. I don't think that these private organizations should exist that say they work on behalf of children to protect children, but then you really get down to it and a bunch of the people who are working there are really creepy. I feel like there's a sexual desire that these people have. They're just obsessed with sex and they can't get their fill from whatever spouse they have or whatever, and so they make it their line of work. I will say that I don't want pedophiles hurting children, so police should do this work. This should be legitimate police work. The police shouldn't be like, oh yeah, there's this TikToker and we've got this binder full of information. That should be the police who are doing that. If the police have time to pull people over for speeding or for because they have a light out or because their license plate is off a little bit, then they have time to come up with teams for this, and if not, it certainly could be funded. They're spending huge amounts of money on overtime for these people. They could have a team, just like they have narcotics teams, to stop people from hurting children. And I almost feel like they don't want to do that. Like when I see what went on with these high profile people who abuse children, it's like, oh, they don't want a police force that goes around stopping these people because if they did, they would have it and it would be extremely efficient. They don't. They rely on some guy on TikTok to do it. I will say that there is something primal about the idea of trapping someone like that. Uh, Whether people consider it to be entrapment, there are arguments there, but um, the idea of having all these cameras in a house and like you're trapping them. It's the same as like trapping uh, an animal. Like I don't know if you've heard, but there in some places in the United States, apparently you get pigs that go off the farm and become like feral hogs. And when you get feral hogs, they reproduce twice a year, and you get huge amounts of feral hogs, just like hundreds of them, and they eat all the surrounding uh, agriculture. And so what people do is they set up cameras with like imagine like a you know what a trampoline is? Imagine a trampoline, but like it's surrounded on all the sides like a big net, and it just hangs above like a bunch of corn or something. And then all these pigs go there, and then they drop the trampoline down, and it catches like 50 at a time. In the same way, people on social media sit there and watch that stuff just all the time because it's like exciting for them. The same kind of the same kind of release it occurs with someone who watches those kinds of shows, and um, I know that they've done.
Time.
Yeah, exactly. I know they've done studies on the people who run those kinds of organizations, and they're like 2 or 3 times more likely to be like not good people themselves. And I don't know. I think that's police work. And I know when Chris Hansen
You know
did.
what?
I know when Chris Hansen did it. They had like police there and everything, but they worked with a private organization that was doing that. And I really just feel like that's police work. Um, that should not be done by uh, a private organization because who is uh, who's going through their logs and making sure they're doing everything on the up and up. And so I'm excited to see that movie with Robert Pattinson. Though I don't know if I want to say I'm excited for it, but I think it's interesting that they're doing a movie on it. He doesn't to me look anything like Chris Hansen, but he kind of sounds like him. So I mean, at least he doesn't sound British. All right, Zoot, I have a question for you. You ready to lose?
Yeah. But you know what I believe?
What do you believe, Zoot?
I believe that be no one should have media should be able to report if people accused of crimes to the convicted.
Yeah, that's another
Because
thing.
if
They ruined all those people's
people,
lives, and they were eventually shown to be, I don't want to say innocent, but like
but
not guilty.
yeah, they shouldn't do that till the person is convicted and guilty, or or the person unless a person like is on the run and they're in danger and they need to know, right, this person needs to stay away from this person, or they don't agree to their bail conditions and they go on the run, that's when they should be.
I don't even care about that. There's enough stuff in the United States for police to be able to do police work. We don't need the media involved, and we don't need private citizens involved. It's kind of ridiculous to me, especially when there are huge like criminal enterprises that exist where people are abusing people, and nobody cares about those. Even the highest levels of the government, nobody cares about those. And
Yeah, because they're involved.
right, exactly. There's a reason why it is the way it is, and I'm in agreement. Those Datelines should have never been able to air until after the guys were caught uh, and found guilty. Then, if they want to show it, that's fine. But until then, like, I even think that. I've seen all of those. I think like a couple times on the stream. There was just a time where I was watching as many like TV things as possible, and uh, they got some guys there who were like not mentally fit for trial. They would be like people. If I were a prosecutor, I would be like, I don't want to bring charges against this person because they're like they have like a mental issue or something. And I'm not saying all of them. Some of the guys were like they definitely knew what they were doing, and they're creepy dudes. But personally, I just thought that some of the there were like a couple people I thought that like were not all mentally there. And if I were a juror, I would have been like, this person is not guilty based on like insanity or whatever. And they still put those people on just like anybody else. Like you know who Vitaly is?
Yeah.
So he was doing this thing on Kick that got him some of the highest numbers I've ever seen of anybody on Kick, where he was going around, I think in Florida, and he had like this huge bus, and he would they'd like find people who were it was just like to catch a predator. But it's like Vitelli isn't a professional. He's like a guy who climbed the Hollywood sign and like got into all this trouble, like uh, and now we're trusting this guy to do police work. And uh, just because they have a binder of evidence, in my opinion, does not mean that that evidence was rightfully gained. Um, I mean, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and
He was also just talking, like pretty much assaulting people on camera and like watching the evidence by assaulting
that's exactly right.
during the
That so you're familiar with him. He was, and he was. I think there's an argument to be made that like he was abusive, or at least his team was abusive, and all of this to get somebody on camera live when I mean these guys. I don't want to say they were innocent. There was a lot of evidence against them.
the last time I thought shut down by Kid.
Okay, so you know more about it than I do. Um, and I just think that you need police officers to do that work. All right, Zoo. I'm going to give you a chance to use your new fancy corner thing. Zoo, you have an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you to accept it. Zoo, you should still think about doing uh, the podcast. I mean, it would help uh, Tony, but also it would help your career. The more stuff that you do, the more you can promote yourself, which is good.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you seeing this, son? Have you looked at Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini recently?
Yeah, content down.
How much did it come?
The head, then.
So it went up to like 2 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. And now what is it?
Yeah. Like 12 or 14.
12 or 14 cents? Stop. No, no, no. There's no way it's 12 and 14 cents. You mean like 0.012%, like like a
That's
penny.
not double.
Wait, you mean it went up to 12 cents? Are you sure about
No,
that?
back down.
Wait, hold on. It wasn't 1 cent. You're saying it went up to 12 cents, not 0.012% or whatever?
Oh, sorry. This one
Okay. I was going to say
went
that.
from 1 cent. Went from two, 2 cents. 2 cents back into 1 cent.
Okay. I believe I believe that. Do you know that it's your turn?
It's just a random pump.
Right. Oh, you just fucked up, dog. Champion. So, are you proud of that shot?
Do you know who Judy is?
Nobody.
Well, it's for him on the other.
Okay, but nobody knows who that is. Who is that?
Even in the YouTube, then he went into like predator catching, and then he well the ADB that he paid catch. He was trying to catch him, and he used a real big family gun as a decoy, and he tried to like tell him to talk to ADK, he's already been accused of base crime, and like put her in danger by talking to him. Like he would send out really inappropriate messages, and like yeah, he used a real girl.
Yeah.
It's just disturbing.
Yeah, he should be in trouble for that. Dude, I know that this doesn't matter to you, but I just want to bitch and moan about something for a second. There is this mountain that's like 3 hours outside of LA called Big Bear, and they, um, the news, like there's all kinds of bad shit that goes on, and they want to report on like a feel good story. And for like the last, like, I want to say 5 years, they have been reporting on these two fucking hawks or eagles or something. And they literally will take like tons of news vans there. It's way far away, and they'll do interviews with people. And it's like we have like a million homeless people or hundreds of thousands of homeless people, and they won't do uh, any kind of interviews on that. But yet they're obsessed. The media is absolutely obsessed with fucking people, and all I do is hear about them all day on all of the news, and it's just like I know I'm not the only person who gets sick of this coverage. The people who actually work at the news joke about it. They're like, "Oh, and of course we've got to do a story on these eagles because our bosses want us to do a story, but we don't care about it." It's like they just don't care. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
saying they didn't want to have sex with each other because pandas are endangered because they don't want to have like a lot of pandas don't want to have sex.
Right. You know those are all property of China.
Yeah,
Do you know
I
that
don't know.
in the
Maybe they,
in the
maybe they should they should find more attractive pandas.
there you go, big bro. Some people might even consider that to be like a bad thing. Like you're forcing animals to have sex. Like that's is that really consensual? If you literally are like if we changed out the panda with a human and we said basically that you have to have sex with this other human and you're stuck in a cage, we would consider that to be a form of torture. Yet we think it's fine for pandas. Dude, I'm gonna dominate you in this game, and it's not even gonna be close. Dog, look at this start. Dude, are you seeing this start?
But they force them to put them in a cage together and force. Oh, this is a male and female. So
Dude, this is a huge risk, and it paid off.
yeah, they paid millions for this like breeding program.
Right. Dude, you got a good 4 5. That's great. Are you gonna go?
It's figuring where to put it.
I need a spot. This is dangerous. Like, it's too dangerous. Oh, dude, what do you think of this, son? This is like the best start I've ever had. Dude, that one of the eagles that I was telling about, which I was just telling you, died, and so like they're like having like they're just going into like super deep, like it's a non-story, and this is part of nature, and they're like treating it like a diplomat. Oh, dude,
How did the eagle die?
that's a good question. Another eagle came into the nest and uh, fought with it. They got into like a big tussle and basically caused traumatic injuries. And the reason why they know all this is because they literally have a live cam that that streams the eagle nest 24/7. Doesn't archive the footage though, so I'm not worried about it. And it's just like that's nature. But this eagle, they followed its like full life, and that it had eaglets, and it's just it's a whole ordeal. Dog, are you seeing this?
Yeah, where you gonna put it?
Dude, we might go for a record. Didn't you say you played someone who got 500?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That'd be 500.
All right, dude. What are we doing here?
But I mean, budget.
We're going for five. Give me some fives, baby. All right, 3x. I'm gonna go. All I need is 1 4.
I got budget.
You played fours, dog. But you have not played two. Why would you? Oh, that's why you would do it. That was amazing. Give me some fives, baby. Give me another five. Come on. I'll take it. That's a big 3x. That's a big 3x, dog. Look at you. Four. Oh, dude. Get it. That's all right. 4x. That's fine. That's okay. 4x. You're good.
Let's chase the bottom.
I understand. Give me another 4. That's all right. That gives me the bonus.
No, that's not good.
Is there any way you think you could win? I guess if you got like 3 5 times.
Not with
I, I kind of don't like the idea of the 5x because it's just such an advantage. The double 5x is such an advantage for someone. I don't know.
You can get a triple fund with it. Give you another 100 points.
Right. It's too much. All right, give me six here. That's not good. Give me six. Oh, I've got the Toms.
Oh, so you get 100. So you get 100 extra every time you get 5 times. Like you should get. You should get 16. That's 17 5 times. All the 5 times in a row. Win like Christmas.
All
Like
right,
you should get to the down.
right. I wonder if anybody's done that. All right, give me. I need 4x.
More likely to do because ways to roll the die potentially to get something or
Right. Okay. So if I go 4 5 6, that's still wouldn't help me. Give me 2 5s. Give me 2 5s. Darn it. Zoo. Zoo.
okay, 2 5 times.
You could do it. Get the 2 1s. It's over.
Yeah.
Give me the two. Give me the twos. Give me twos, baby. Garbage. 356.
Why do you want to?
Well, I wanted four. You didn't lose by that much considering they gave me 150 extra points. Good job, dude. I'm catching up with you.
Yeah, let's buy 100.
Yeah. Alright, dude. I'm good for now. You should come back in like 3 hours and I'll play you a lot. Peace, dude.
Let's rise.
Dude, you didn't know? He went back to see his family, so I'm not bothering him. I'm not messaging him. I'm letting him spend time with his family. Uh, he should be back at the end of this month, though. What's up, Reverend Andrew? Yeah, that's what happens when I'm up all night. How you living? What happened? What happened? Talk. How's the fish tank? Why don't you have your virtual camera on? Why don't you? Why don't you have your virtual camera on? Why don't you have your virtual camera on? Okay, what happened? Big money in healthcare. Big money in healthcare. Okay. You like the food there? Do you have a? Do they give you a? I understand. Do you have a curfew? How's Anthony? Okay, what happened?
and I got it on the video on my computer, and I well, my laptop is going to give me a laptop. It's don't keep going. So like I realized I can't get it. You get out. Just open my hand. I said, well, I know speak. Forget about this guy. Not your question. Okay. So anyway, today, and there's another one. She comes over and she likes the way I look like that. No forehead, no red line. Comes over, so I walk up at night. I walk up behind her. She starts with a very good, nice virus, brain, like so. Then I could go, I go break. All right. Okay. Thank you. I know that you're allowed to go handle it. This little bitch is financial incentives and insurance. The explanation that that is I do this all day. I do it. I just can't stand it.
Hey. You look. You can't use that word.
I'm sorry. I was black.
Look. I love you. I love you. I love you. But if you use that word, you're not going to be allowed in here. You can't use that word. We have people who find that offensive, and
I'm sorry. You're right.
it's okay. It's okay. Okay, I need to put a timeout for a second. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll talk. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. It happens. I get it. Just keep in mind. Excellent.
You know what it is? They get, I like the 30 grand.
How's Anthony? Yeah. Ozempic? Can you keep can you keep disability while still living there? Can you keep disability while still living there?
put a leg,
Oh, so it builds up?
put a load of built up. Oh, but they'll cover it up hot enough. They get the high definition. Okay, my rent. I stay
Is that the state of New York?
there. That's right. I stay
Yeah, but then you're gonna have rent. Okay, maybe they'll cover that, but are they gonna cover your internet, your cell phone, transportation, food?
oh, I eat heavy fun.
Right.
I used to make it hot drive. I live high in there. This is a high end neighborhood.
You can't bring a girl back there. Wait, All right. Well, Reverend Andrew, I'm gonna listen, and I think you might think this is interesting on a discussion on Solomonic magic altar for invoking angels, the Lesser Key of Solomon. Absolutely. So up.
Let me write down that movie. I told this to watch a movie on it, and I couldn't stand it.
Oh, yeah, I know. Absolutely. It's called U Block Org. It's called U Block Org.
Is that good for Android also?
Yes. Uh, well, generally it's best for a desktop computer. You can get it on Android, but generally, if you're gonna watch on Android, you should just use a different browser known as Brave, Brave, because it has the pop-up blocker built in. Yeah, UBLOCK Origin, but that's on the desktop. No space. UBLOCK space ORIGIN. And if she's using an Android device, just tell her to use Brave browser. Brave space BROWS.
Origin,
No, ORIGIN. Perhaps I misspelled it when I originally said it. It's ORIGIN.
the Android device.
Brave, BRAVE, Brave browser. Yeah, that should do what you need. Yeah, so I I do this I do this introduction for my streams when I watch this. So I'm gonna go through it, but I won't be able to talk. This is about gonna be about an hour, and then we can certainly talk about it afterward. This is from a Professor Justin Sledge, who is a Kabbalistic professor, um, along with the synagogue with which he's associated. So, with that, just give me a moment. Every day I read through the timeline of Jewish history from the Chabad website, and every uh, every 10 days or so, 10 days, I add another event. So with that, I'm gonna close. What did you change? What did you change on your computer? Yeah, you changed something on your computer just now. Okay, refresh your page. Let's see if that fixes it. All right, turn on your camera, just the OBS virtual camera. There you go. Okay, back to normal. I don't know what it was. All right. So no, it's starting up again. Did you change the speaker or something? Okay. All right. Maybe it should. Okay, that's fine. No, no, no. I don't know what it is, but okay. So I'm gonna turn my sound down. You're gonna still be able to hear me, but I won't be able to hear you for the next hour. I'm gonna read through this uh this timeline, and then I will start this podcast. So just sit back and relax. All right, here we go, folks. No one really knows for sure. Elevate Elu, Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Masorah we live by. It is the 27th of Av, 5786, Monday, August 10th, 2026. We have been doing this Kabbalah class for 227 days, 100 days until GPA. We have 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahalalel, was born. 3139, 622, Chanukh, son of Yared, was born. 3074, 687, Methuselah, son of Chanukh, was born. 2887, 874, Lamech 2, son of Methuselah, was born. 2831, 930, Adam died. 2705, 1056, Noah, son of Lamech 2, was born. 2225, 1536, Noah began construction of the ark. 2205, 1556, Japheth, son of Noah, was born. 2204, 1557, Ham, son of Noah, was born. 2203, 1558, Shem, son of Noah, was born. We are going to do a quick Shechianu, then we're going to get started. Brigadadonai Elohim Melech Haolam, Shechianu, V'Kiyananu, V'Hekayanu, Lizman Tav. And here we go. This is Solomonic Magical Altar. Just one moment. Reverend Andrew, can you hear it? Good.
secret plan of creation, even the very will of God. Such a revelation was made by a series of angels to Dr. John Dee through his medium scryer Edward Kelly in the late 16th century. This revealed scripture is perhaps one of the most obscure and mysterious in world history. A book of grids filled with otherworldly letters and numbers which are supposed to detail the nature of God and the angels, but also the origin and final destiny of all creation. Indeed, it's the very speech of God by which creation came into being. Its name, the Liber Logos, or the book of the speech of God. This mysterious volume is the core of the apocalyptic angelic revelation made to Dean and Kelly in their, let's call them tumultuous angelic conversation, and is said to have the power to unlock the powerful form of magic never known to human beings. In our second episode on Enochian or as Steve often had it, celestial, abominable, or best, the angelical language, I'm going to explore perhaps one of the most mysterious scriptures ever revealed to mankind, the Liber Logos. If you haven't seen the first episode on the angelical language, you may want to check it out first by clicking the card above. Also, if you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, or the academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe to the channel, check out my other numerous content on topics in esotericism, and also, if you want to support this work of making accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism accessible right here for free on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting me via Patreon or perhaps with one-time donation. You can find this link below, and I just want you to know that I really appreciate your consideration supporting the channel, your subscribing, your liking, your sharing of the content. I'd also like to say a special thanks to Father Aaron Leach for looking over the script for this episode and sharing his really wonderful and deep insights which make this episode possible. If you're interested in Enochian magic or the angelic language more generally, his studies are really indispensable. You can find links to his works in the description below. But now, let's turn to a scripture that records the divine speech of God and it's said to unlock the very gates of the apocalypse. So, Dr. John D's book of Enoch or the Liber Logos. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. As I pointed out in the first episode on the angelical language revealed to Dr. John Dean and Edward Kelly, the notion of a divine Rothschild was a major interest in Renaissance semiotics for the study of representation and ontology for the study of being itself. Further, this was also a world in which the desire to return to a primeval source of wisdom was all the rage. The battle cry of the Renaissance could have well been at one or back to sources with a rising interest in ancient language such as Hebrew and Egyptian hieroglyphics, but also a deep interest in the primordial wisdom of ancient sages such as the Egyptian hermit Trismegistus. Indeed, Dee himself had already waded into these waters for Ono's Hieroglyphica, which sought to produce a single glyph which would serve as a universal signifier, Kabbalistically welding metaphysics and semiotics. And it was precisely into this philosophical, mystical, religious landscape that the angelic conversations take place, in which further make the revelation of the Liber Logos so utterly shocking and profound. The revelation of the Liber Logos by the angel Raphael begins in the spring of 1583, about a I'm not sure exactly how that worked or whatever, but yeah, that's the thing. The last N49 table is also usual. It's revealed by the chilling wisdom spirit of final tablet represent the evil and chaotic final period of the reign of the Antichrist, the kind of epilogue to all creation. Unlike the others, this table is actually written in 5 tables, 21 letters each. Though the Revelation actually contains a total of 113 letters, which with a little manipulation and kind of looking at it sideways can be reduced to 105 letters, which you actually fit into the table. Further, the final revelation of Page 49 is accompanied by floral appearances instead of representing its order of the world, with D noting that it was, in fact, a hellish wicked one. Indeed, Galba calls the table a hodgepodge without order, though, interestingly enough, the word logos actually the very first word revealed as the final evil table. The language of the Libra Loga is particularly otherworldly despite its alleged angelic origins. For instance, it doesn't really contain any particularly exotic phonemes. They're more or less identical to those of Latin or English, and despite a few consonant clusters that prove difficult for an English speaker, so perhaps a Polish speaker wouldn't have any problem at all, there isn't anything specifically challenging about the pronunciation of the angelical language here. So, you should probably recall that if we're really getting beaten by spirits of shovel bit or reading parts of it aloud, and you don't have John D. with you to use his rainbow magic wand combo breaker against them. As I noted earlier, there are also telltale signs of glossolalia or speaking in tongues, especially localized phonetic clusters in either repetition or dislocation or both. I do think this is evident until he did enter into a significant alteration of consciousness during a session. While no extended string is translated into Libra Loga, some of the local words are given. It appears that there is some phonemic continuity with the later angelic calls. Though at least from a computational level, for instance, calculations of chance entropy or Zipf's laws on the Libra Loga and angelic calls does seem to reveal enough informational difference to indicate that these languages, the languages of Libra Loga, like the later calls, are in fact distinct. Now, what to make of that, I don't know. While I've done some amateur computational linguistic analysis of these two data sets, I really love to work with an academic computational linguist on a full analysis of the angelic language. To my knowledge, this has never been done, and we have a fascinating little project. Shoot me a message via my website if you're an academic computational linguist and this sounds interesting. So, how are these tables supposed to be used? It appears that after copying them out correctly, they are somehow unlocked or open using a series of 48 call or psalm-like texts written in the angelic language, along with all of that complex ritual furniture described in the earlier marking system. Starting with the second table, the first one is sealed for God Christ, and the first angelic call, along with the famous prayer of Enoch revealed by God. One would work through each of these tables and calls, including the final call of the anchors by substituting the names of the various anchors, starting with Will and working your way down, so to speak, to the layers of text. So, just how this is supposed to work is anything other than clear, and there's basically no evidence that the Kelly even attempted such an undertaking. I mean, this whole thing is supposed to kinda herald the apocalypse, so monkeying around with it seems like a real bad idea. Like, I accidentally the apocalypse. Sorry level of bad idea, but do you, as the say. Though I should point out here, there's a long-standing disagreement in the world of Egyptian medical practice about the correlation
Reverend Andrew, you there? Excellent. Okay, very well. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
I think that, you know, you guys should pray for that. Okay, so this guy lost his glasses.
All right, well, help him find his glasses.
All right, so the point is that he starts out more or less basically what the creation is. All right, come on, let's go. Yeah, well, if you lost your glasses, that goes on the Facebook. All right, all right, it's funny. All right, all right. Oh, Rabbi. Rabbi, yeah. I don't know what happened. Yeah, yeah, I think you. I know. That's great. Yeah. Those are your glasses. Your new glasses. Don't rock nobody's glasses. Oh, okay, well, look good. Don't take nobody's glasses. Are those yours? All right, good. Yeah, they look good. I don't know what's Are you here with you? I don't know. But he's telling you how to use the Bible. The framework of the Bible. You can't do this without the Bible. It's all of the Bible. There's no Kabbalah without that. But you need to practice Kabbalah. Use the Bible. Practice the study. Take the framework out of it. Practice it. Yeah. Research important. Revelation, rest, and I call it creation, exile, redemption. Just out revelation. You could look at it as revelation. In other words, the universe. Then you turn it inside out, you get a religion. That is rejecting it. You know? I can't. What? Outer space. We are outer space. We are the infinite universe. Yeah, human beings, they forgot. They are the universe. You know, I can prove it. You know, I can prove it. You don't stop talking to me. I can prove it. If I chop off your arm and you don't listen, do you? You're not listening. You don't stop. It's just diarrhea. 102, but was he ever born? Listen to me. I chop, you see these people with this kind of arms and legs over here. If I chop off your arm, there's still a little you there. But what if I get rid of the sun? The sun. Yeah, that's part of you. It's a unified field. But the cluster of galaxies, like the orbit. No, no, that's us. That's us. We're connected to the earth, the cosmos, the elements, the plants. We're connected to them. No, no, but not only connect, but it's us. We're the universe. We're like a center of infinity. Do itself, experience itself. But since people forgot that, they forgot how it's interconnected. It's like a food chain. It's they become materialistic, disconnected. So there needs to be a way that we can this is what we're talking about. So you say the moon is kind of very one of the healthy. I eat everything. Like,
Reverend Andrew, if possible, if you're not talking to me, can you mute yourself? I'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I want to eat everything.
Did you find this guy's glasses?
Yeah,
Where were they?
on the floor. He loses everything.
There you go.
That's a very standard condition. To study the framework, practice, I know I studied universal law in English, but I had to record it.
Well, Simpson's a little different. If you if you just if you want to know what symptom is, it's basically it means contraction, constriction. Yeah.
That's how you have to study creation. Stupid. That's fun. That's the Bible creation inside out. That's why it's eternal. The world's great. The world. Fun. Demons to twilight. Human being doesn't face the twilight. It's a bridge. See, that's universal. Universal law. Like, notice you said creation had was already used liberating it. So, again, We're afraid of that. Well, theological. Like little creation, formative little creation. Opposite of good. So God has a pure desire. After a while, there's a hunger there. And he was getting into that too. How standing from the Sabbath and going to the other 6 days. That's kind of what he was saying. Perfection. Kind of like the dream of God. Second day. And then on the other side, you have a altar path, narrower, like transmission, about narrower. Compared, kind of compared the workings of the civilization. What? You can't really compare creation to creation of the world, yes. But he finally did like hints to teach like professor like hints pray for how bridge but it's in the chat that can be used as a bridge. Already What do you think about this? What do you think about Russia?
I don't think anybody knows. I think it was analyzed until we have Mashiach. People are antsy. They keep making stuff up and have for 1,000 years. Since we haven't had the temple, people just continue to build upon other stuff, but they don't have any solid foundation.
A 1,000 years, 1,000 means constant. 700, right? Yeah. So, maybe so, nobody knows. Okay, that's that's right because you can't demystify. Can't teach philosophy, theology. One is a bridge, the other one is falling out of, falling out of it. The opposite complementary philosophy, theology. One is should be the way to get to the seventh level. Mistake creation. In other words, you never understand. The other one is a bridge. Seven layers perspective. 30 layers. Revelation. Exile. Rejection. Rejection. Those are the top 47. You look at the mechanical, sensorial, emotional, intellectual, social, moral, aesthetic, superior. Is that right, Rob? Converted. You could also have temporal materialism, spiritualism, the Bible, preach. So when you were led, so Christ is Somebody said
Pardon me?
somebody said that you
Yeah, I say that. Elevate, elevate. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, elu divrei, elu keep time. But this is the Mazora we live by. Basically, I think that it is disingenuous to tell a congregation this is the absolute truth because no one really knows. I can only teach people what our traditions are.
I don't think it's necessarily disingenuous that you just think you put the foot in but you actually do know. There are people who know.
No one knows.
That's what I
No one knows.
believe. How about when God, inspired prophets to write the Bible, they didn't know what they were doing. When God showed them visions,
They believed what they were doing was correct, but they don't know for sure. You can't know anything for certain. You can only believe.
you're right. It's a waste of time to say,
Exactly. Exactly. So you people just do the best that they can. They think that they know that the sky is blue, but you can't really know that. So you have to just say, I believe that the sky is blue. Now, do I get mad at someone if they say the sky is blue? No. I understand what they're saying. In their subjective reality, they understand that the sky to them appears blue. And I'm totally fine with that. But to a dog, it looks different. To a bear, it looks different. So you can't say with any certainty anything is true. It's all subjective interpretation of your experience. And that, especially from a religious standpoint, to me, is very important, uh, uh, a very important uh, statement to make because if not, people start to say this is the absolute truth and we know this to be the absolute truth, but really, there is no absolute truth. No one knows.
Torah is the absolute truth.
No
You
one
might
knows.
not know what it means, but
No one knows. No one knows. We believe it to be, and that's fine. But it's disingenuous to say we know that it's the truth because we don't know anything that is the truth. No human can really know anything. It's a very philosophical question.
religion and philosophy is the opposite.
To say that you know something is a similar way to say that something is beautiful. To you, it may be beautiful. To someone else, it may be normal or average, and to other people, it may be ugly. It's just your interpretation. And to say I have knowledge of something, to say that I have absolute knowledge of anything is disingenuous.
Real thing. I didn't think you should do it, but it's a waste of time.
For any teacher, whether it's an algebra teacher or a geometry teacher or a rabbi or a professor, to me, it's disingenuous to say this is absolutely how it is. You can say this, this is this is our interpretation. This is our interpretation. But science changes, even mathematics can change, and certainly philosophy and religion change. So whenever I teach a class, I start with the statement, no one really knows for sure, Elu Elu Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live by. This is our tradition. And that to me lets my audience know that no one knows the absolute truth, but this is the study, this is what Jews believe.
That it's not universal, it can't be absolute. But I can give you universal principles. I can give you 7 principles of thirds that always hold everywhere.
Not necessarily. We could we could develop a hypothetical world where they don't work.
Can't do that.
Watch me. You absolutely could. I could say whatever principle says that it's seven in this world now is 10.
That's a Kabbalah. That's a complete cycle. Philosophy. Well, not provide 7 principles of thirds. Well, in other words, 7 principles between themselves. What really that extent of I'll send you principle, micrological, universal law. It's an absolute.
It's difficult to state that something is a universal law when it's only been applied to Earth.
And it's only been applied there.
To Earth or the solar system.
No, no. It applies to creation.
I understand. What do you do if it turns out that we were seeded here by some extraterrestrial origin?
It will explain it.
There's more evidence to say that that occurred than to say that Adam and Eve were created.
Not if you, well, let's go to spiral manifestation, spiral creation. And that's based on 7 principles of two, dumb, and 12. They're in between them. I'll send it. Examine everything with this belief principle. Talk about it. It's a waste of time. It's too deep. Personal edification. Don't go if you don't too deep. Just direct English, very concise, direct. It's like Adam's razor. than that, I don't see anything that was absolute. Religious leaders like to say this book was absolute, like because it's better than the principles and they didn't sign out. That's the thing about black fire, white fire. I'm so not aware of it. There's the countless developed all creation, natural and absolute creation. So if you take the universal truths of principles as one pole of infinity, like the left hand, and you take the Bible, right hand, you got the two poles of infinity. Everything that exists expands and contracts, and that's the breath of life. And expansion, contraction, universe. You know, the Bible, Quran, and moves away from nature, away from creation, both self-destruct, and he goes back for self-destruct. Because materialism is really into it. It's copying like an inventor. If, you know, explains development of science, evolution, science, generation, science, and it leaves room for, yeah, possible migration, science, to help with evolution. Winning creation. All right. Well, all these things are, academic, right? Not getting any nature, always practice, things, uncovering nakedness. Civilization all around. So they got to get people right. But microbiotics signing up for this, or very few people were very diet, but it's not a popular thing. Stuff bestseller, Israel, Israel, the Rabbi, before I was in grace, just said, wisdom, kept bringing wisdom. Great being like that, it's just great wisdom. It's the wisdom. It's the level of that. nature of reality. Political people to the right, the boy on the left who are getting enough action. And the rule creating action. Material, right? This ism of the schism, the schism, which takes some power from one dimension to another. I don't know if you heard what I said before. Agree. Around my legs, that's just part of my body that is shut. Because how did the sages know? Right? Because there's galaxy pleasure. Not only is that also God, grants in a way like God shows, shows this apologetic culture, some culture, God, and everybody shot this election purpose of they say the tradition says that gate we should go on worse by shut. Right? Joseph, triple Chinese bears,
That's true.
stand for
How's the fish tank? How's the how's the fish tank? Yeah, how is it? Is it doing okay? Are the fish okay? Do you watch the fish? What do you plan for your next stream, Reverend Andrew?
If I got my apologetics straight, what's the point of screwing without apologetics?
Right. I mean, you could just talk about the news. You could talk about world events. You don't need the apologetics to discuss current affairs. Provide knowledge to viewers. To provide knowledge, look, nobody's gonna. You got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, it's like what I want to do. Apologetics.
Why don't you just?
Remember you said for 50 years, was Farrakhan was consistent,
Generally.
but let's someone has to be consistent.
Okay, why don't you have an interview show just like Tony?
Can I get a guy to bring anything valuable there without having something valuable to offer there?
There are some people who just want the opportunity to have themselves recorded. It helps.
Yeah, but they don't have a, they're not going to bring a lot of people.
Yes, they will, hundreds of thousands.
Oh, but that was good.
Exactly, but if you don't start if you don't start interviewing, nobody's gonna watch your interviews.
Okay, well, that can bring hundreds of thousands of people is going to come for me.
The guy who the guy who Tony interviewed 2 days ago has over 100,000 people. He's a fitness person on YouTube.
But that has nothing to do with what I want to do.
Look, you gotta have a theme generally, and the religious theme nobody cares about. You're not going to get a lot of views from that, but from interviews you can get some views.
If somebody has an anointing from God, they look at a lot of wind strolls and flies. If money don't come from God, there's a price to pay for it. I don't want to pay that price. Who possesses a precious gold by magic wherever they come? God, they pull the sword out of the stone. I want every word that comes out of Hashem. I feel that I have to get my apologetics straight. That's what I mean, what you're telling me, don't get me wrong, it's great advice. It's just that, you know, I also, that I better get you, but I also want to read the Quran to bring knowledge to it. Not that I'm going to show what's going on.
Let me put it to you.
Civilizations, one of them is unfolding around the Quran.
I understand, and you can have two shows. You can have an interview show, just like when you had a business, you had a way to make money. That's your interview show. That brings in money, that brings in advertisers. And then you have a show that you talk about religion and philosophy and
No,
mysticism.
not really philosophy. They don't mix. They don't mix.
In your opinion, they don't mix. In others'
My
opinions, they're
opinion
one and the
is,
same.
in most people, oh, what people call philosophy is junk.
I mean, you're telling me that you would disagree with the statement that a religion at its base is a belief philosophy?
At its base, yes, it's universal law. It's inversion. It's inversion at its base. It's a paradigm shift. Where the other, the other side of it, universal, but they go in opposite directions, like a man and a woman. So, see, but what is a bridge? See, that's what it means to me. That's what it means. Like your speech, thought, thought represents philosophy, natural, universal philosophy. That's why we're back to the natural world. So that's why what good is thought if it loses flavor? Thought cannot lose its flavor. Can't lose its flavor. It'll be trampled under the foot of man. See, it's the overthrow nature. It's the override nature. Philosophy, let's call it, explain the creation of the natural world. And let's call the way the Bible's written, with metaphor, with proverb, to override that, and that's the universe together with philosophy. That's the philosophy. Override that. Invert it. Invert it. That's included in the philosophy. You use the metaphor. Like art and science, like philosophy and religion. That's right. But they're going in different directions. No, no, no. That would that's okay. That separate two separate projects. But the people have a religious with consistent theology, just apologetic discourse. Because I think Jimmy Doss before, there's a higher art, science, development, the world. I think the next highest product, you put your body nourishing the thoughts, your emotions, your actions, the blood, life and soul, blood, what you put in the body, what's in your mouth, and what's of God is the highest creating. As you said, the highest art. To me, that would be life with the Garden of Eden, share revelation, the world, the happily ever after with the wife was still good. You use that spiritually. When you remember God, for you, the wife is good. But really, the shadow, like, people in the ways you like, not like children of Israel, children, it's like you see the most. Nature, Rabbi, nature even the bride of Christ, the way just like a model airplane, syncretic, the microcosm, like, I don't know what's going on. Well,
Okay.
Jew, Sabbath, Jew, white, right, right, God's people, right, actually, I should really say, the borders are there to liberate in life, the borders. It's kind of like a husband-wife relationship.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna watch some stand-up comedy. Uh, so feel free to watch if you want. This is the largest live podcast in the world, and this took place at the um, Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. So feel free to listen.
I hope, I didn't say anything.
The only thing that you said that offended me was that word you used. You can't use that word here. You can't. Aside from that, you say
Oh,
whatever
that,
else you want.
yeah, I agree with
You okay? Okay. Feel free to listen. You don't hear it? Okay.
what podcast?
Called Kill Tony. It's from the Joe Rogan Experience, basically. And what you can do is you can click on my name and then turn up my volume to 200% if you're still having trouble hearing it. Um, I can't guarantee it'll be all that funny because a lot of times people don't do well and they get booed. But it's basically an open mic, and this is an open mic in front of tens of thousands of people. Just listen.
Get Oldie Rosie for that.
He didn't do this one.
I gotta see what you're gonna do. Go over there to these people. I just see what the fuck you are. Like, go together. Play this fucking camera. One fucking point from here. Got a little lag. Roll it, save it, write it down. In the meanwhile, we're going to go to this fucking pool. It is Wesley Brenner, everybody. Wesley Brenner is in town. Hey, how's it going? My name's Wes. Look, homie, I look like a genie if you're gonna rub it on dirty bong instead of a man. But I just have to borrow $30. Like instead of granting 3 wishes, I just take 3 things away. I just drove up from San Diego. San Diego's pretty cool. We have world, or as the whales call it, Joshua Atlantis. I looked into it though, and I looked at back in the day, guys, in like medieval times, they had pocket pussies. So stuff and pocket pussies. I mean, they called pigeons back then, but they had them, yeah. Dude, I actually know I found that stuff the other day. Somebody told me that like pigeon is an offensive word. I didn't know that. I guess they don't like to call pigeons that small little. Wesley, just hold the mic in your hand out. Wesley, welcome, welcome. What are you? What ethnicity are you exactly? Quarter black, quarter Mexican, and half white. Half burglar. Wesley, welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up? 3.5 years. Nice. What big store do you work at? Big Star Us. Really? What do you do for work? I play music. I sing and play guitars. Really? You sing? You have like original stuff? I have original.
Okay, Rabbi, have you had the opportunity to make a decision yet? Well, yeah, I'll take a golden Meyer. Golden Meyer, what, like the prime minister of Israel? No, I said a golden Meyer, not a prime minister golden Meyer. Rabbi, have you had a chance to make a decision? Yeah, I'll take a golden Meyer. A golden Meyer. What is that? It's a drink. A drink is known as a golden Meyer. Yeah, like prime minister golden Meyer. No, that's a different. I want a golden Meyer. Let me ask, what is a golden Meyer? Rabbi, have you had a chance to make a decision? Yeah, I'll take a golden Meyer. A what? A golden Meyer? Um, again, I'm kind of new to bartending, so just one moment. Let me see if we can get that there. Just one moment. Yeah, so Rabbi, a golden Meyer. What? A golden Meyer? What is that? I don't know. I didn't want to ask any more questions. Should we ask the owner? Yeah. So the rabbi wants a golden Meyer. A what? A golden Meyer. Did you ask them what that is? You thought you might know. You've been in the business longer than we have. You know, unless she's told Rabbi. Yeah, Rabbi, we heard that you wanted a golden Meyer. Uh, what is that? Golden Meyer? It's a Goldschlager and Miller. Uh, okay, well, we might be able to help with this one. Uh, so we have Goldschlager, and you just need a Miller Lite? No, I thought you said you wanted a Miller. That's right, but not a light beer can Miller. Uh, wait, we have Goldschlager. Great, and a Miller. Uh, like Miller beer? Yeah, the Miller Brewing Co. Okay, like I mean, there's Miller Genuine Draft. There's Miller High Life. There used to be Miller High Life Light. There's Miller Light, of course. What kind of Miller would you like? A Miller. I'm not saying anything after. I want a Goldschlager and Miller. That's a gold of mine. Um, they haven't made Miller beer since the late 90s. Is that my problem? Uh, who's serving Miller? Steve's. You mean Miller Light? No, that's light beer for Miller. Oh, okay. Again, I know we've asked this before, but again, who's Steve? No one knows. Okay, well, how do you know Steve? Oh, I don't know Steve. But you had a Golden Meyer at Steve's? Oh, I think everybody's had a Golden Meyer at Steve's. Uh, okay, and what is Steve's Lounge? Well, and they have catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Okay, where is Steve's? It's in the neighborhood. Uh, okay, have you had it anywhere else? Oh, go to my area? Sure. At Old Time Tap. Uh, where is Old Time Tap? It's also in the neighborhood. Whose neighborhood? Tommy's neighborhood. Wait, I thought it was Steve. Steve's Old Time Tap. No, that's in Rock Island. Huh? Asked about Steve's Old Time Tap. That's in Rock Island. Uh, have you been there? I don't know of anybody who's been there. Wait a second. I thought you said that you have had a Golden Mayer at Steve's. And everybody's had a Golden Mayer at Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. And they serve Golden Myers. Of course, it's Goldschlager and Miller, but not light beer from. Okay, let's. They haven't made Miller beer in more than 2 decades. Don't tell Steve that. Who is Steve? No one knows. Okay, so you're saying that this neighborhood is Steve's neighborhood? No, it's Steve's Lounge. It's Tommy's neighborhood. Okay, who is Tommy? Who are you? Okay, you're gonna have to clear this up. You want to go to Meyer, which is Goldschlager and Miller. Nobody serves Miller. Steve's. We don't know who Steve is. Where is Steve? It's in the neighborhood. Whose neighborhood? Tommy's neighborhood. Who's Tommy? Who are you? Okay, look. Let's just try to work this through one step at a time. We have Goldschlager. Great. Can we give you Goldschlager and Miller Lite? What is that? Um, it's like the light version of Miller beer. No, that's light beer from Miller. Everybody. Okay, but what about uh, a Miller Lite? What is that? Okay, what about a Goldschlager and a light beer from Miller? No. Uh, okay, what about a Golda Meir and a Miller High Life? Oh, that's a Prime Minister Golda Meir. Miller High Life is the champagne beer. They serve it at Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Look, we understand. We get that. Okay. Uh, so, what is a Goldschlager and a Miller Lite? What is that? Oh, apologies. A light beer from Miller. No, I guess it's just a Goldschlager and a light beer from Miller. Who knows? Okay. And when's the last time that you had Golden Mine? I can't tell you, but it was at Steve's Lounge and catering. They have fish fry every Friday. So we get that. We get that. But so that's the last place that you had a Golden Meyer. Well, it could have been at Old Time Tap. Okay, where's Old Time Tap? It's in the neighborhood. Steve's neighborhood? No, Tommy's neighborhood. Who is Tommy? Who are you? Look, does Steve own Old Time Tap in Rock Island? All right, so have you had a Golden Meyer in Rock Island? I don't know of anyone who's had a Golden Meyer in Rock Island. Look, okay, Rock Island. Is it an island? No, it's a town. Okay, so Old Town Tap is in Rock Island? No, Old Town Tap is in Crete. The island? No, the town. Okay, look, we're gonna try to really get our fingers on this one. So, who's Steve? No one knows. Well, who's Tommy? Who are you? All right, we're gonna try to figure this out. So there's someone named Tommy. Obviously. Okay, who's Tommy? Which one? What do you mean, which one? Which Tommy? Who are the Tommy? Oh, now you're opening up a can of worms. Well, you've got Uncle Tom. There's Uncle Tommy. There's Tom. There's Tommy. There's Little Tom. There's Little Tommy. There's Tom Tom. And there's Little Tommy's nickname that we're not allowed to call him. Wait, who are all these people? They're in the neighborhood. But what? What are you talking about? So they live with Steve? No. Well, then who's Steve? No one knows who's Steve. Okay. Uh, so who's Tom? Which one? Okay. Look, we've got a lot to figure out here. We're just trying to get you a drink, okay? You want to go to my ear, and that's Goldschlager and Miller. They haven't made Miller since 9/11. Is that my issue? You can get Miller at Steve. Steve's Lounge and Catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Look, we get that. We get that. Does Steve is Steve there? Who's Steve? Well, that's what we're asking you. Oh, Steve of Steve Lounge? Oh, and Catering? They have a fish fry every Friday. Look, we get that. So is Tom at Steve's? Which one? Uh, who are these people? Okay, so there's Tom, right? Yeah. Okay, and then there's an Uncle Tom. Yeah. Is it your uncle? Oh no. Okay. There's a Tommy, right? Yeah. And there's an Uncle Tommy. Yeah. Is he your uncle? Oh, there's a Tommy. Yeah. Which one? Well, which one do you want to know? Okay, look, we're trying to get this straight. We're just trying to get you a drink. There's Tom, Tom, and Tommy. Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it that way. Okay. Are they related? Uh, I perhaps. Okay. Uh, look, there's an Uncle Tom, right? Yeah. Is he your uncle? No. There's an Uncle Tom, right? Yeah. Is he your uncle? No. You know, we're trying to figure this out. Okay, so we've got Tom, right? Which one? I don't know. Uncle Tom? Oh, okay. Are, is Uncle Tom Uncle Tommy? Are you kidding? You think that Uncle Tom is Uncle Tommy? Absolutely. Okay. Well, is Tom Tommy? I mean, it depends. Okay. Where is Uncle Tom? The neighborhood. Steve's neighborhood? No, it's Tommy's neighborhood. Okay. Uh, look, is is it is it the same neighborhood as Old Time Tap? It's the same street as Old Time Tap. Wait a second. You mean that Old Time Tap is on the same street as Steve's? No. Okay. Steve's Lounge and Catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. No. I mean, let me just try to figure it out. Who is Uncle Tom? Who are you? Okay, look, I thought you wanted a Golda Meir. I do. Okay, and a Golda Meir is a Goldschmidt, Goldschlager, and Miller, right? Yeah. Uh, and you can get Miller beer at Steve's. Oh, of course, Steve. Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Okay, can you get Miller beer at Old Time Tap? Of course you can get Miller beer at Old Time Tap. Okay, well then can you get Miller beer at Steve's Old Time Tap? I don't know. That's in Rock Island. Okay, look. Uh, what about Old Town Tap? That's in Crete. Is Crete an island? Yeah, in the Mediterranean. Okay, then is Rock Island an island? No, that's a town. I mean, what don't you get about this? All right, we're trying to figure this out. Can you get Miller at Tom's? Oh, I'm sure you could get Miller at Tom's. Oh, Tom's is a bar. No, Tom's isn't a bar. Okay, who is Tom? Which one? Uh, how many are there? Well, there's Uncle Tom. There's Uncle Tommy. There's Tom. There's Tom Tom. There's Little Tom. There's Big Tommy. And then, you know, Little Tommy has a nickname that we never call him. Okay, look, you're making this really difficult. We're just trying to get you the drink that you want. You want a Goldschlager and Miller, right? That's right. And you're saying that you can get Miller at Tom's? I don't know, but I've seen it at Tom's. Okay, what? I've seen Miller at Tom's. Okay, which Tommy? What do you mean, which Tommy? There's Tommy's. Okay, you know what? We don't know who these people are. We're just trying to get you the drink that you want. So a Golden Meyer is a Goldschlager and Miller, right? That's right. Well, if we can't get Miller beer, is there an alternative? Uh, well, you could get a skinny Prime Minister Golden Meyer. What's a skinny Prime Minister Golden Meyer? Is that a Goldschlager and Miller Lite? What's that? A Miller Lite? Yeah, I don't. Does not compute. Huh? Oh, a light beer from Miller. Oh, yeah, no, that's a different drink. Well, what is the name of that drink? Nobody. Okay, well then, what's a skinny Prime Minister Golda Meir? Well, that's Goldschlager and Miller High Life Light, but they discontinued that. Okay, so we don't have Miller High Life Light, and we don't have Miller beer. Is there anything else that we can get for you? Let me think.
Is it reggae? There's certain touches on that, you know. Sometimes. Can you give us just an example, like one line of a song? You're in the innuendo right now. You can just jump right into it. I just think Bryce on the street beat out here. Set up the YouTube slides.
Oh, look who the fuck it is! Everybody, stop what you're doing. How do you live it, big dog?
So
What's good, son?
good is like our Instagram. I did Instagram post about our I did in Instagram and like 100 views. So this is very viewed topics I
Excellent.
was talking about.
How's your day going?
Good, good, good.
Okay, are you ready to podcast?
Yes, I am so much fucking ready. Let's go.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Let's.
Hold on. You got to give me a few moments because I didn't know you were ready. Okay. Um. Excellent. And
So like 10 minutes. Okay.
I mean, here you are. You make me wait.
You will.
You make me wait 7 hours.
No, no, no.
You make me wait 7 hours
No, no,
yesterday, and then you want to get me down to 10 minutes.
no. Okay, 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes to be ready.
Don't you give me a schedule. I can maybe be ready in 5 minutes.
No, I don't think so. You will see.
Okay. How was your day? How was your day?
It is. It is. It was okay.
Okay. What did you do?
I was doing some edits and this shit. I was talking with somebody for that fiber. We upgrade. My fiber is looking so much better right now.
Okay. What do you mean
So
you
yeah,
what
and
what do you mean you upgraded it?
I said some new. I said some new things about what I'm doing and this.
Okay. Did you get anybody who wants a podcast?
Yes, my friend will do my first ever like buying, but he's not doing podcast. He just doing for the reference. So so today I will have my first ever uh, reference.
Okay. Apologies. You said your friend ordered one through there.
Yes, no. He will one today, but he will not going to. We are not going to do podcast. He just want to do like me favor and just
I
and just
understand.
talk and just like give me feedback.
Okay. And
I know it's but it was
so is he gonna give you a review?
yes.
That's all that matters. That's perfect. Okay. And are you gonna play chess with Reverend?
And then yeah. Today I hope finally today we are gonna be able to be online and we are gonna play because he was calling me yesterday and I was not on Discord and I was calling him back and he was not on the Discord.
Okay, that happened. All right. Do you have a link?
Yeah, yeah, mate. Yeah. I need to have my good T-shirt. So wait, I need to have my good
Oh, your good T-shirt.
T-shirt. Yeah,
Your fancy T-shirt.
it's for the future.
That's right. People are gonna judge you by your T-shirt.
Yeah, yeah, that. Yeah, this is for the future. So I need a good, looking good.
Baby, you always look good, my man.
No, not always. No, not always. I'm not always looking good. So we are going to do the the start and finish the for the next episode, and after that we are going to do that episode.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, okay, good to know. Very- Yeah. Okay. So this everybody will love me. Everybody will say Tony is the future. I am the future, but not everyone say this.
I like your confidence, big dog.
Hmm. If I don't have a confidence, I don't have if I don't have a confidence, how can I have that police chief if I don't have a confidence?
It's a good question.
Hmm?
It's a good
Because
question.
like I need to have the confidence to have this big people.
That's absolutely right.
Um,
Can you email me the link, please?
yeah, yeah, I will. Just wait. I will. I'm almost done.
Okay, do you remember when you were like, you're not going to be ready in 5 minutes, and now I'm the one waiting on you?
You win. Fuck. You win.
You're good. Don't worry about it, and we'll also redo the uh, descriptions. And
Yeah.
uh, so that's good. We're going to do a lot today.
Yeah.
God willing.
Well, did you talk about me with anyone?
Boy, aren't you just interested in how popular you are?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Very. Because I don't think I am. So
Okay. Um, did I talk with you with anyone? Not really. Um, I would say, uh, no, I mean, like, Reverend Andrew and I have been just talking this this evening. I mean, it's really late. It's like 2 in the morning here, and it's like 5 in the morning where he is. So, um,
yeah, it's very nice. For for me too. Nah, I'm kidding.
uh,
So link is so so I think through my test, from my essays and my social media, I think this can be very good to you.
okay, but remember, we're not doing it for today. For the people of today, we're doing it
Yes,
for
for the future.
for the future. Exactly.
Okay, you have the link.
Okay.
When you are ready, you can come. Then
Okay.
you are ready.
Okay.
Next 3 hours, I can wait. Next 4 hours, I
Calm
can wait.
down.
Yeah,
Calm down.
I can.
I'm gonna write the description first. Okay, so can we do that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. In the meantime, our mom and dad.
Good. Mom is good, and dad is dad.
I understand.
It is what it is.
Any interviews planned for today?
I have, yeah, I have somebody from the reward from the date. So yeah, and he just need to comfort if today or tomorrow. But like I have like two interviews for this day and for tomorrow. So yeah,
That's great. Are you excited?
yeah, I am very excited. I can meet new people because like when you know more people, you have more opportunities and this shit. No,
That's correct.
I will gonna tag you on Twitter
Not yet.
if
Not
I
yet.
can.
Not yet. Not yet.
So for the clip only,
What are you saying?
I will tag you on a Twitter for the clip.
I don't know what you mean.
Clips. I will be I'm put on a Twitter clip from our first episode.
Oh, okay. That's good.
So can I tag you?
Oh, you. Oh, tag me. I thought you said talk to me.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Please do.
tag. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna send you 2027.
Mm-hmm. I need to call someone. I will be back like 1 minute. Okay.
Okay.
back. I'm sorry. I'm back.
Okay,
I just need to go doctor.
no worries. Everything okay?
Yeah, yeah. I just need to appointment because I have a problem with my ears. So yeah, I'm not. I'm like yeah. I have a problem with my ears. I need to check up.
Okay.
Do you want more know about my ears or no?
Are you saying your ears?
Yes, my ears.
No, I
Yeah.
mean that's your own private information. That's okay.
Okay.
If you want to share it, you can, but no big deal. Okay,
I will
check your
email.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
check your email.
yeah. Rothschild. Ask, Asken Zazisage. What is that?
Uh,
I never heard of that.
okay, well, you haven't heard of everything in the world. It means that
Is
I
it?
it means that I have expertise in my type of Judaism, my culture, which is known as Ashkenazim. There are multiple kinds of cultures within Judaism. There's another known as Sephardim. Generally, Ashkenazim are from Eastern Europe, Germany, Russia, Poland, and the Sephardim are from Spain, Morocco, Portugal. There's also Mizrahi, which generally means Eastern, and that is usually like Iran, Iraq, Syria. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes absolutely sense. You are some genius.
I don't know about that, but we're gonna make it look like I am in this discussion.
Yeah, and this is the most important thing. And now everybody knows. Now everybody on internet knows who is listening to you.
That's right. Okay, uh, my friend, you should have 2028 in there as well.
Anyway, and and this is for the last episode.
Well, I sent a 2027, and
Yeah, this is for the last episode. Yeah.
wait, and you're gonna split that into two for 2027 and 2028, and then I sent you
Yeah.
a 2028. And while we're here,
Yeah.
while we're here, um, why don't I just do 2029 and 2030?
I just post that big episode on World UFO. I know it's late, but I posted.
On what?
I posted on Twitter your biggest episode. Yeah,
Oh, okay, cool.
about the UFO.
Oh, that was my biggest one.
No,
Oh, the
I don't.
big. I got you. Yeah. What are your thoughts on UFOs?
I think they are real.
Well, that's good. That's open-minded of you.
I think they are real, and yeah, and I think and I think even we are UFO and we are here from another planet.
Excellent. Yeah, that's that's very open-minded of you.
Because like well, if we are evolution from monkeys, why are monkeys is still here?
No, you don't understand evolution correctly then. We didn't evolve
I was
we didn't evolve
teach
we didn't ev-
you.
we didn't evolve from monkeys. We have a common ancestor with monkeys, but we also have a common ancestor with elephants and dogs and cats and ants and bacteria and fungi, but we did not come from monkeys
But why in schools are teaching that?
because you don't have good schools. Either that or they don't understand evolution, and that's okay. Evolution is not something that's been around that long. It's less than 150 years old. So I don't expect everyone to understand it as well, but the idea that we come from monkeys is incorrect and somewhat insulting to humans and to monkeys. We share a common ancestor. Do you understand what a common ancestor means?
Yeah, yes. Yes. It means we have we have we have something like them, but we are not from them.
That's right.
You see, who is the one you absolutely hate in streaming industry?
I don't really hate anybody.
No?
No. I dislike some people. I don't think that they're being necessarily genuine. Um,
Who, who are you most dislike? Dislike.
um, um, there are a lot of people. I think Mr. Beast is given too much credit. He is base.
Still,
He is
this,
he's basically, in my opinion, set up. I don't think that his growth is legitimate.
but he helping the people in Africa.
Yeah, I think that's good, but a lot of what he does is for money as well. Like his water program is like uh, a company, and I don't think that's right. It should be not for profit.
True.
Okay. Uh,
So
did you
so
get?
so
Did you
okay.
get? Did you?
I yes. Continuing.
Okay. You sent me a link. Okay, just one moment.
So like we are not going to see a collaboration with you and Mr. B.
Oh no, we will. We'll be fine.
follows you too. Just understand. Why on Mitra? Why do you like follow more people than more people follow you?
I have a policy. Anyone who follows me, I follow them right back.
Mhm.
I don't let the I don't let my ego get in the way. So basically, I would go into different people's um, their discussions and say, if you follow me, I'll follow you right back. I'm a free follow back. So and then that gives me the opportunity to build uh, bigger communities and such. If you
But like it,
if you say to yourself, I'm not going to follow back people who follow me, okay, that's cool, but then nobody grows that way, or very few people grow with that mentality. If you have the opposite mentality and you say, I'm going to follow everyone who follows me, then everybody grows.
but like it's not working because you have more people you follow than you follow you.
Who cares? Once I have a million or 10 million people, I can unfollow it.
That's true. That, that's true. That's not wrong.
Okay, I sent you 2029
Yeah,
and 2030, and I've got your link.
yeah.
So,
Can
so
you wait? I need to reconnect. I need to look at my internet. Yeah, I'm back.
that's okay. If you have any disconnections or I have any disconnections, we understand. Normally, we're not doing huge, long podcasts, but if we have to say cut or whatever, I understand. I know, like with mine, I'm also, while I'm talking with you, simultaneously live streaming on two other streams. So I know that my upload's very, very slow. I know that. But what does that mean? If we ever disconnect or anything, my video at least will continue. And we have like backup basically. So I
Yeah,
understand.
that's
Did you send me the email?
link. I send you link on the Discord.
You said you would email it to me.
Okay, I'm gonna email you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. If you are ever in Mr. Beast video, you need to fix the game. Sure, I can win. Okay?
What does that mean?
Like you need to do right things so I can win. That Mr. Mr. Beast game.
What game?
He is playing games like with to survive days and days and this shit. Mr.
Oh,
Beast game.
I understand.
Right? You need to fix it for me. Okay?
Oh, that's the plan?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
That's the plan. Alright.
Okay. Oh, maybe we won't fix it for you, but we'll just train you so that you're good enough so that you get all the prize.
Thanks.
Then you
You
then you win
what?
then you win legitimate.
Okay.
Okay. I see that you sent it to the email. I got it.
Okay. Good. I have genuinely a question, okay?
Okay.
When you are like home all the time,
I'm
like home and
I'm
you
not.
don't go out,
Hold on. Oh,
yeah,
wait. You. I was outside earlier today for like 2 hours.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting.
But what about it?
Like when you are when you are not going that much or you don't want to meet people, like for me, I if I'm gonna say to you, you're gonna think about me like bad stuff. But like when I'm not going outside too much, I'm my hygiene is like decline because I'm still home.
Absolutely. I take regular baths and showers and brush my teeth every day. And I was with my roommates for like 2 hours today, and we were hanging out. They were watching some television. We went uh, like outside. We There's a garden. Ate some fresh fruit or like vegetables. Uh,
Oh,
they don't necessarily want to be on camera, but that doesn't mean that I have to uh, force myself to never see them. I live my life the way that I want to live it, and I mean they've been on camera. It's not to say they've never been on camera. They have, um, but some of them want to be on camera more than others, and I have to respect that. But yeah, in terms of my showering, uh, that's on mu- a lot. I have a lot of showers on camera. I actually have myself singing in the shower on camera. Um,
so
it it
it's wow.
yeah
But like you can bend, get bent
yeah.
because of that, no?
I show myself from the waist up,
Hmm.
and in terms of um, we'll have uh like I've shaved on camera. I've gone to the bathroom on camera. I
Shit.
Yeah, oh yeah. I used to shave every single day on camera and show people how to shave.
Wow.
Um, Brushing my teeth. Certainly like nail care. I've like clipped my nails on camera. Um, just like everything. I want people to know what life is like as much as possible. So, but in terms of the like hygienic part of it, if I smelled, I would know it. I regularly take care of my hygiene, so that's not an issue. And my roommates would be like, "Dude, you stink." Um, but that doesn't happen. So
You must, you must, you must think I'm horrible person when I say what I say to you.
no, 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 you're fine. It's just you only see my camera. I have an entire life outside of the camera. A lot of it is recorded, but if anything, I just leave the cameras going. I don't feel like I'm a slave to the cameras, and I don't have to. If I Sometimes I'll get people who argue in here, not with me, but with other people, and I just don't want to hear it, and I'll just mute everybody, and I won't mute they can argue amongst themselves, but I'll just turn off the sound because it's just too much. I get people in here who just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and either I tell them, look, I'm gonna go do something else, or I just mute them. And when I sleep, I've got them muted, so I can't hear what they're doing. And um, when I regularly go to the bathroom, I have a lot of the footage on GoPros, so that like it's not lost footage. But um, I pretty clearly don't say that I have been on live stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Uh, 100% of the time, 99.999% of the time. Oh yeah, but anytime I don't want to, I don't have to. Um, and like when I do laundry or something like that, I've shown it on camera, but sometimes I don't. Uh, and especially with my computers now, they're in good spots. I don't want to move them. It's a lot to take the devices with me. So I don't think you're a
Yeah,
bad person. I just think you're asking regular questions. But um, I would ask the same questions like, how often do you shower? As often as I want. How often do you brush your teeth? Like 2 or 3 times a day.
I
How
no
often
no
how
no
often do you scrape your tongue? Like every day? How often do you
like
clip your nails? Like once a week?
okay
How
okay
often do you clean your glasses? Like multiple times a day? How often do you wash
I
your
do
face?
the
Like daily?
I,
How
I'm
I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying how often do you go to the bathroom? Like anybody else? Like I don't know, once every 2 hours or so. Um, okay. How often do you take a bath? Usually, like a full on, like I'll take a shower probably more often than I take like a bath. But I have been getting into uh, a habit. Usually, it's like really late at night when nobody's in here, where I will just sit in the bathtub for at least an hour and just soak. And I will watch a podcast when I do that. It's usually on.
thing.
It's usually um, just to like relax and stuff. And do have I streamed it before? I don't stream it, but I archive it. The reason why I don't stream it is I don't want to get in trouble. Um,
Mm,
and um, like I don't know, I do things pretty regularly. Um, do I shower as much as I did when I had a full time position? No, because I would at least shower multiple times a day at that point. But I was doing more stuff. I was traveling like 100 miles a day from at least Orange County to uh, LA County and back, or like 60 miles a day. So I'd be in the car and I'd be sweaty from work and stuff like that. Like if you don't do that much, you don't really get all that stinky so long as you regularly shower. How often do I do laundry? As often as I need. Um, it's like I don't get a whole bunch of stains or like um like today I washed uh and because I felt like it was necessary, like in the shower or in the bathtub. But if I don't necessarily feel like I need to take a shower every day, I don't do it. But um, I definitely always brush my teeth and wash my face and that kind of stuff. So, all right,
for me,
yeah,
okay, I'm gonna answer the questions, okay? Okay, we're gonna answer the question. When I have a episodes or I am online, like talking with people, like I am brushing my teeth like 3 times a day.
okay.
3 times a day. The the bad is worse. That is little bit of worse. I
Okay.
am bad like 1 or 2 weeks.
Well, you have a cleaning lady as well, which helps to keep things clean.
Yeah.
Uh, I I make my bed every day, at least once a day. Now, does that mean like I wash all my pillows and stuff like that? No. I regularly, break down the bed though, and I flip my mattress and stuff. Um, I mean, these are like normal things that people do. It's just most of the time people aren't streaming it. Okay, my friend. Uh, I have your link, and
I am ready. You can
okay.
join.
All right, so I'm gonna mute you here, and we'll talk in
Yeah.
Riverside. Okay. All right. Good. Tony, 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 can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okie I'm just making you aware. If you look at your hair in the background, it's sticking up like a. Okay, all right. Just in case you want to. Okay. Okay. Absolutely. All right. Um. So we are gonna do this. Uh. But before we do so, we are gonna record a like an introductory portion and a closing portion. And if that works for you, it works for me. We can shoot it a couple times if you want, if needed, but we should be able to get it. All right, so let me see if I can make my screen easier for me to read and also have feedback. Um, yeah, this seems okay. All right, I'm ready when you are. Um, Trust me, no one cares. Not online. Not online. You can't tell online. Maybe in real life, of course they care, but not online. Okay, you're gonna say, hi everyone, I'm Tony. Thank you for coming back to the Life podcast. I'm here with Rabbi Rothschild. We are going to be reviewing another year. Before we get started, I wanted you to know where you can find me. Of course, it's at youtube.com/@ Life Podcast Network. Additionally, you can find me at linktree.com/life podcast, and I will hand it over to Rabbi Rothschild, and they can tell you where you can find them before we move into the next year. Don't be, and don't forget when you're not talking to mute your microphone. No, 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 we're not going to end the video. We are just going to say cut, and then you know when to cut, and we're going to move into 2029. We're going to do 2029, and then we're going to talk about 2029 at the end, and then we'll say cut, and then we'll just do 2030 and anything else that we need. So it's going to be one video, and then you can cut it up any way you want. Okay, cool. Absolutely, please do. Absolutely. Pardon me. Reverend Andrew, I can't hear you right now because I'm doing a podcast with Tony, but you should know that he wants to play you in chess when you guys have the opportunity. And also, we're going to be recording a podcast right now, so you can feel free to listen to it. It's going to be on the year 2029 and perhaps the year 2030 or 2030, and it should be really interesting. So, if you want to listen, feel free. And not that we don't love you, not that we don't want to talk with you, but we are currently going to be working on this podcast. Just one. I'm gonna just check on you. Oh no way, you're there. Okay, Reverend Andrew, PJ. Hey, we see you. We're gonna feel free to listen. We're gonna be doing this podcast. Feel free to listen. Tony, I'll be there in just a second. All right, Tony. I also went to the restroom and I came up with what I think is a good idea, and I let Reverend Andrew know what we're doing because he joined us back in the Discord. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, I don't know about I don't know about that, but we'll get him on your episode. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. We don't do an intro and an outro. We just we just do an outro. So that's at the end. Here's why. If the beginning of all your videos are the same, people are going to wonder, am I in the right video? So what we do is, I think we'll do the outro, and I'll just say like this. Uh, it'll be something like, because since I normally talk at the uh, like we would have our discussion on whatever the year is, and then it would be. And with that, we want to thank you for listening to this year. We find it to be very interesting now, and we think it will be very interesting in the future. With that, Tony, where can the audience find you? And then you would come in and say, you can find me, of course, here on my YouTube, youtube.com/ at Life Podcast Network. Additionally, you can find me and in with my link tree, linktree.com/ Life Podcast. And we want to thank you for being here, and we look forward to connecting next time. And that's it. And then it's like cut. And then you don't have to do an intro for everyone and an outro for everyone. You just have to do the outro. And then how would we come? And then how would we come in with 2029? It would just be thank you for being here. 2029 will consist of boom, and we just start right away. If not, you're going to have a really repetitive beginning, and that's when people leave the video if they find it to be too repetitive. We're gonna do an intro, but it'll just be like, "Thank you for being here." 2029 is the will be starting Monday. Like we just go right into the year. Yeah, exactly. And you're not even gonna I mean, you can if you want, but it's gonna be the same thing for like 50 straight videos. Now, the beginning of 50 straight videos will all look the same, and you don't want that for your audience. It's boring. So if we just say thank you for being here, the year 2029 will be starting on a Monday of the traditional Gregorian calendar, the 2029th year of the Common Era. You get what I'm saying? And future timeline. No, no worries. We already did 2020, 2029. FutureTimeline.net. Excellent. So we're gonna do the outro. I will I'll thank the people. I'll give them all my information. I'll show them my screen where they can find my stuff, and then I will pass it over to you, and then you will give your YouTube, your link tree, and then you will say thank you for being here. We look forward to next time. All right, start recording. And you're not going to say anything. I'm going to say it. And with that, that concludes our year. We want to thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you, both now and for those who watch in the future. If you want to find where you can find my content, I advise that you type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI ROTHSCHILD, Child, into YouTube and filter by live. As you can see, I have more content available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year than any person ever. I am always live on many different live streams. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can read my blog at rabbirothschild.medium.com, as well as view other information on rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And Tony, where can they find you? Cut, cut. You didn't say it correctly. You said Network Life Podcast. That's okay. We're gonna do it again. No big deal. No big deal. It's okay. It's okay. You're fine. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's like we got to give them the right link. You know what I mean? It's at Life Podcast Network. So, hold on, hold on, hold on, because I didn't even do it the way that I wanted to do it perfectly. So we're gonna do it, and this is what's done in Hollywood. You say take two, and we do it. Okay. So I'm gonna say take two. I'm gonna say action, and then I'm gonna go into it. Okay. All right. Take two, action. Thank you so much for cut. I'm gonna do it again. All right. Take three. Take three, action. Thank you so much for allowing Tony and I to share this information with you. That concludes our deep dive into this year. If you want to view my content 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it's available on YouTube by typing into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filtering by live. You will find more streams of any individual simultaneously than you've ever found of any streamer. I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for many years. This is a treasure trove of information for people of the future to study. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human events, which again is available by just typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. Moreover, you can find more social media of any creator that you perhaps may have ever found by typing linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, or visit my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com, as well as rabbirothschild.blogspot.com for more content. If you would like to search, type hashtag viral rabbi into any AI engine, search engine, or social media platform to find more content than you may have ever wanted. And with that, Tony, I'm going to hand it over to you. Oh, okay, so we're going to say cut. What are you trying to say? Yeah, we're cutting. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just write it down. So it's youtube.com/at Life Podcast Network. Just write just write it down so you have it. So type or write youtube.com/, no, at the at symbol, Life Podcast Network. And then you want to say, you can find my social media at linktree.com/life podcast. Please like, comment, and subscribe to this video. And we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Okay, are you ready? Hold on. Yeah. But let me make sure uh what I wanted to show is showing because it was not. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. In three, two, one, action. Thank you so much for joining Tony and I to review this year of history. If you want to find more content of mine, I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. You simply need to type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi, space Rothschild, into YouTube and make sure to filter by live. When doing so, you will find more live streams of any content creator that you will ever have previously imagined. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to view my writings, feel free to view them at rabbirothschild.medium.com and rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Also, you can type hashtag viral rabbi into any social media platform, search engine, or AI model to find more information about who I am and what I do. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic back to Tony. Thank you again so much for watching. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. No, 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 no. Apologies. I didn't change my camera over. I'm so sorry. Apologies. That's okay. We're going to get it. This time it was my fault. Okay. All right. Apologies, Tony. Okay. So take four. Here we go. Uh, pardon me again. My apologies. All right. Three, two, one. Action. Thank you so much for watching. We want to cut. Let me do it again. Three, two, one. Action. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into this year. For more information about what I am doing, you can type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live. Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live to find more content on any creator than you have ever found. At any given time, I have multiple live streams that are broadcasting to the world. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find my blog at rabbirothschild.medium.com as well as rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Feel free to type Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi into any search engine, social media, or AI engine to find more information about who I am and what I do and my pursuit for world peace. And with that, I'm going to pass the microphone back to Tony. cut. No, you didn't say linktree.com. You said linktree/life podcast. So let's just do your part again, and that's okay. All right. So all you're gonna do is when I say, and with that, I'm gonna give the microphone back to Tony, and then you do your part. Well, so I've already done my part. You're gonna cut my part out, the last thing that I did, and so you're just gonna pretend that I said, "All right." Oh, so I can say, "Oh, okay." So I'll do it. All right, and with that, we're gonna pass the microphone back to Tony. Oh, guess, guess. That's okay. Cut. Okay, so yeah, no, cut, cut. You would say thank you to my guest, but that's okay. So just do it again. Cut, cut. Thank you to my guest. Okay, thank you to my guest. Cut, 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 cut. You said LinkedIn. It's linktree.com/life podcast. So just type it. Just write it down. Okay, you can. You can. So what is your YouTube? Tell me what your YouTube is. It's youtube.com/Life Podcast Network. Okay, you just said youtube.com/Life Podcast Network, and that won't get you. So it's YouTube. So you want to say thank you so much to my guest, Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to find my content, it's available at youtube.com at Life Podcast Network and linktree.com/Life Podcast. We hope to see you next time. Thank you. You can do it. Okay, let's do it again though, because you don't want to say good. You want to just do it. Just have confidence. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But you're gonna have a random cut in there that's not expected. Just do it one more time. It's okay. Cut. Thank you to my guest. Do you want me to write it? Let me just write it to you. I'll write it. I'll write what you have to say. You just have to read it. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, just a moment. You know what? I need to do my part again because I didn't tell him to go to my Discord. So it'll just take a second. But let me read this to you to make sure it's good. Thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild, for being our guest today. If the audience would like to view more of our videos and podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/@life podcast. Okay, uh, so uh, it's our videos and sure, my podcast videos or my podcast episodes. Please go to youtube.com/@life podcast network and view all of my social media at linktree.com/life podcast. Thank you. Uh, let's see here. Thank you again for watching. We would love it if you would like, comment, and subscribe to all of our content, including this video. We look forward to seeing you next time. And I'm going to actually put thank you again for watching at the end. Okay, so let's hear you read it. Okay, um, let me change one more thing to it. Instead of the word video, we're going to say episode, including this episode. Okay, are you ready? Take your time. No, no, no. I heard you. I know what you said. You said LinkedIn. No, it's linktree.com. Just type it into Google or type it into your browser. That's your website. Oh, you're saying link.re. It's not A, it's EE. Nobody's going to follow that. No one's going to understand that. You just say linktree.com/life podcast. That's it. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Can you what? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Okay. All right. So take five or whatever. Three, two, one, action. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into this year. If you want to find more information on who I am and what I do, you should go to YouTube at youtube.com and type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild into the search and be sure to filter by live to view my 24/7 365 live stream. Look at all these live streams that I have going all the time. I have more content than any person in global history. Moreover, if you want to connect with me directly, feel free to join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You can find all of my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com and rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. I highly encourage you to type Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi into any search engine, social media, or AI search and find more content than you've ever found on any individual ever. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Tony. It's okay. Cut. Literally, all you have to do is read. Everything's written for you. Not, I want to first and foremost, none of that. Just say, thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild, for being our guest today. If the audience would like to view more of our videos and my podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com /at Life Podcast Network and view all my social media at linktree.com /life podcast. We would love it if you would like, comment, and subscribe to all of our content, including this episode. We look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you again for watching. And the one thing I'm going to change, it's very slight, but I'm going to change one of the words from video to episode. It sounds more professional. Oh no, videos uh, to view uh, more of our. I was going to say more from our series. Okay, so I'm passing it back to you. Are you ready? One last thing, Tony. Do you see in the screen your head is getting like you're cutting your chin off? Yeah, like maybe there you go. That's better. Much better. Much, much better. That works. Excellent. Okay. So that's good. So you know to take my last take and then whatever you just did, and we'll do it. Okay. So now we're going to do 2029, and let me know when you're ready. I'm just going to say, welcome to the year 2029. It will be a common year starting on Monday. Does that sound good? Okay. You ready? Now I see you. Yeah, now we can see it. Okay. Are you ready? Here we go. In three, two, one, action. Welcome to the year 2029. 2029 will be a common year starting on Monday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2029th year of the Common Era, the 29th year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the 10th and last year of the 2020s decade. The predicted and scheduled events March 10th through 17th, we expect the 2029 Special Olympics World Winter Games that will be held in Switzerland. On March 25th, if not triggered earlier, the next German federal election will occur no later than this date. On April 13th, asteroid 99942 Apophis at 335 meters or 1,100 feet wide will pass Earth less than 32,000 kilometers or 20,000 miles from Earth's surface, closer than geosynchronous satellites. When discovered, it was considered a serious threat to Earth, but since then, refined predictions have ruled out any impact risk for the next 100 years. This will be the closest approach of an asteroid this size since scientists have predicted. Uh, this will be the closest approach of an asteroid this size scientists have predicted. From July 11th through July 22nd, the 2029 Summer World University Games will be held in North Carolina, United States. July 19th through July 29th, the 2029 World Games will be held in Germany. On August 15th, if not triggered earlier, the next UK general election will occur no later than this date. On September 17th of 2029, if not triggered earlier, the 2029 Norwegian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. October 10th, the 2029 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be opened in Thailand. On October 14th, if not triggered earlier, the next Portuguese legislative election will occur no later than this date. On October 15th, if not triggered earlier, the 46th Canadian federal election will occur no later than this date. On October 20th, the inauguration of the incumbent or the new president of Indonesia will happen on this date. Some unknown dates that are scheduled to perhaps happen in the year 2029. During February, if not triggered later or earlier, the next Indonesian presidential election will occur. In April, if not triggered earlier, the next Indian general election will occur no later than this month. In June, if not triggered earlier, the next French legislative election will occur no later than this month. ESA plans to launch the Aerial Exoplanet Telescope and Comet Interceptor. The Fehmarn Belt fixed link between Denmark and Germany is expected to be completed. The Giant Magellan Telescope, which is currently under construction, is scheduled for completion by this year. The Three Seas Initiative, 3SI, estimates to end the Rail to Sea project by this year. Romania expects to have entered the Eurozone by this year. The radio transmitted digital time capsule, A Message from Earth, will reach its destination on the planet Glias 581c. NASA's New Horizons spacecraft is expected to leave the solar system. Also in 2029, the 2029 Asian Winter Games will be held in Kazakhstan.
343 Madison Avenue is anticipated to be finished. The International Olympic Committee will elect the host city of the 2036 Summer Olympics. Additionally, some information that we anticipate from 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci mission to Venus is expected. Sure. As we expect in the year 2029, approximately from the year 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci mission to Venus will take place. In 2029, Romania should adopt the euro, as well as increase automation of banking, China asteroid redirect mission, close approach of the near Earth asteroid Apophis, mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes, 40 megawatts floating wind turbines. Timeout. Uh, can you scroll all the way to the top, Tony? Because you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Scroll all the way to the top. Are you at the? There you go. That's where you want to be. That's what I'm reading. Okay. So we're gonna just restart or just restart this part. Okay. So action. And with that, some 2029 timeline contents that we anticipate from 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci Plus mission to Venus. In 2029, Romania is anticipated to adopt the euro, increase automation of banking, China asteroid redirect mission, close approach of the near Earth asteroid Apophis, mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes, 40 megawatt floating wind turbine, Finland banning coal for energy use, Madagascar's radiated tortoise is extinct in the wild, expansion of London's Heathrow Airport, NASA's Psyche spacecraft makes orbital insertion, launch of the Ariel spacecraft, the giant Magellan telescope is fully operational, Jupiter's great red spot is disappearing, the wreck of the Titanic has decomposed, a quantum computer with 1 million qubits, Starlab is fully operational, and the number of satellites in Earth orbit has grown exponentially. So with that, from 2029 to 2032, we expect Da Vinci Plus mission to Venus. Deep atmospheric Venus investigation of noble gases, chemistry, and imaging plus Da Vinci Plus is one of two missions selected by NASA in June 2021 for its Discovery program. The other spacecraft, Veritas, is launched in 2028. Da Vinci Plus follows a year later in 2029. Both missions complement each other and greatly improve the scientific knowledge of Venus. While Veritas is focused on mapping and surface features, Da Vinci Plus has the primary objective of studying the atmosphere. In addition to the main spacecraft, it also includes a descent sphere. The orbital component of Da Vinci Plus mission performs multiple flybys of the planet, utilizing a multi-band imaging system that includes near-infrared (NIR), ultraviolet (UV), and an engineering wide-field mode. This reveals previously unseen features of the planet and includes opportunities for night-side (NIR) imaging of Ishtar Terra, an Australia-sized region containing the four main mountain ranges of Venus, as well as the probe landing site in Alpha Reggio, consisting of heavily deformed terrain. During this time, it also maps the clouds of Venus and conclusively determines the presence of phosphine, which had previously been suggested as a life signature. As well as gathering data and imagery from orbit, the spacecraft acts as a relay for the descent probe deploying in 2031. The combination of both Da Vinci Plus and its sister mission, Veritas, sets the stage for a new and enduring period of Venus exploration by NASA that extends into the 2040s. Other national space agencies are probing the planet around this time, including ESA, ISRO, and Roscosmos. Moving into 2029, we anticipate Romania will be adopting the euro. In 2029, Romania adopts the euro as its official currency, becoming the 22nd member state of the European Union EU to do so. This follows Bulgaria in 2024 and Croatia in 2023. Like those previous countries, Romania had to meet several criteria before its transition would be possible. After joining the EU in 2007, it worked toward the financial strength, stability, and flexibility required, achieving four of the seven criteria by 2014. In subsequent years, however, Romania encountered a number of setbacks. The European Commission's EC's Convergence Report of 2020 concluded that it did not fulfill the price stability, public finances, exchange rate, and long-term interest rate criteria. Prime Minister Florin Sadu stated that Romania could join the Eurozone in 2027 or 2028. As a precursor to full adoption of the euro, Romania joined the EU's exchange rate mechanism (ERM2) after working to address concerns around its budget deficit to GDP ratio, inflation rate, long-term interest rate, and compatibility of legislation. Having met all the criteria and with 2 years of stability, Romania is accepted into the eurozone. The leu, its national currency since 1867, is finally replaced by the euro in 2029. Moving into our next topic, increased automation of banking. During the early 21st century, a wave of new technologies swept the banking sector as companies worked to improve costs and efficiency. Online services combined with mobile apps, automated chatbots, virtual telephone assistants, increasingly sophisticated ATMs, and other features all made it quicker and easier than ever to manage one's personal finances. On the business and corporate side, the rise of cloud computing, big data, and intelligent algorithms yielded significant time and cost savings in research, marketing, processing, and other areas, while giving more power and insight to decision makers. By 2020, US banks alone were investing more than $150 billion in new technology annually, spending more than any other industry. While customers and clients benefited greatly from these improvements, automation reduced the need for human staff. By 2029, more than 10% of banking jobs have been eliminated compared to a decade earlier, adding up to some 200,000 roles in the US. Retail branches and call centers are the hardest hit, where over a quarter of staff are no longer needed. Commercial and investment bank employees are less vulnerable for now, but even these jobs become threatened in subsequent decades as decision making is delegated to ever more powerful hardware and algorithms. Moving into our next topic, we anticipate China asteroid redirect mission. During the early 2020s, as its scientific and technological capabilities began to close the gap with rival spacefaring nations, China started exploring serious proposals for planetary defense missions. In 2024, the country's National Space Science Center announced a plan to visit the asteroid 2015 XF261. The body, estimated to be 30 meters or 98 feet across, had an orbit that crossed Earth's, completing a journey around the sun every 360 days or 0.99 years. Its closest approach of the 21st century would occur in 2090 when it passed within 382,000 kilometers or 237,000 miles, less than the moon's distance from Earth. While a collision with Earth could be ruled out, researchers wanted to study 215 2015 XF261 to gain insights into its composition and structure, enhancing the understanding of near Earth objects (NEOs) and improving future planetary defense strategies. The mission announced by China would involve two spacecraft launching on the same rocket in 2027, performing a flyby of Venus before arriving near the asteroid in 2029. Early this year, the object is 6.7 million kilometers (4.2 million miles) from Earth and moving at 8.8 kilometers per second, 19,700 miles per hour. One of the spacecraft has purposefully collided with 2015 XF261 in a manner similar to NASA's DART mission. The kinetic impactor hits at a speed of 10 kilometers per second, 22,400 miles per hour, causing a dust cloud and very slight perturbation of the asteroid's orbit, insufficient to pose any danger to Earth. The DART mission, which impacted the asteroid Dimorphos in 2022, successfully shortened its orbit by approximately 33 minutes. A similar but smaller effect is predicted for 2015 XF261 due to its smaller size and mass, providing valuable data on the effectiveness of kinetic impact deflection. The second probe observed the collision and resulting ejecta, returning detailed images and data. In addition to monitoring changes in the orbit, it studies the subsurface composition of 2015 XF261, the impact having revealed information about materials within the asteroid. This proves useful to both future planetary defense missions and the mining of asteroids for resources. By coincidence, the mission occurs during the same month as a related event, the close approach of 99942 Apophis. This NEO is over 10 times larger than 2015 XF26. The next event that we anticipate is a close approach of the near Earth asteroid Apophis. 99942 Apophis is an asteroid with a diameter of 370 meters or 1,214 feet and an exceptionally close orbit to Earth. It caused a sensation in 2004 when initial observations indicated a 2.7% chance that it would hit Earth in 2029. This gave it the highest rating ever recorded on the Torino Impact Hazard Scale, reaching level 4. Depending on its composition, location, and angle of entry, the asteroid would make atmospheric entry with up to 1,200 megatons of kinetic energy, approximately 21 times more than the Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear weapon ever tested, and 6 times more than the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa. However, the orbital characteristics of Apophis were later refined, eliminating any chance of impact. Nevertheless, the object remains on an alarmingly close path that skims within 31,000 kilometers of Earth, which is 10 times closer than the Moon, and even closer than some man made satellites. Apophis is triple the size of 2019 OK, another large object that passed by in July 2019 and comes even closer than that earlier asteroid. Its close passing sparks further debate about the need to defend Earth from potential impact. The next event that we anticipate in 2029 is mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes. During the 2010s, it was estimated that nearly 700 million people were catching mosquito borne illnesses, resulting in over a million deaths worldwide each year. In spite of the insect's tiny size, they were the deadliest creatures in the world, killing more humans than any other animal. Among the diseases transmitted were malaria, dengue fever, West Nile virus, yellow fever, chikungunya, filariasis, and Zika virus, and many others. Affecting mostly tropical and subtropical regions, the majority of deaths were of young children in sub-Saharan Africa. However, in 2015, it was reported that, due to warming temperatures from climate change, mosquitoes had begun spreading historically rare diseases into Europe: malaria to Greece, the West Nile virus to parts of Eastern Europe, and chikungunya, Italy and France. Malaria and West Nile were becoming more common in North America too. The economic and social costs of mosquito-borne infections were often considerable. An individual could be forced to miss time at work or their place of education, pay for doctor's visits and related travel, obtain funds to cover prescription or over-the-counter medicine, pay for hospital bills or medical treatment, and buy insect sprays or repellents to prevent further bites. There were also funeral expenses in the case of death. At a national level, the cost to governments included the maintenance and staffing of health facilities, the purchase of drugs and vaccines, public education programs to warn about epidemics, research to prevent further outbreaks and to improve treatments, lost productivity and overall damage to businesses, negative effects on tourism and sports events, as well as compensation for affected communities. Of the many and various mosquito-borne illnesses, malaria presented the greatest threat, with 3.2 billion people, 106 countries and territories located in areas at risk of transmission. It was a particularly acute problem in Africa, where an estimated 91% of malaria deaths occurred. This disease alone was causing $12 billion in economic damage to the continent each year, reducing the annual gross domestic product (GDP) of some countries by as much as 1.3%. In those nations where the disease was most common, it represented up to 40% of public health spending and could account for 60% of visits to health clinics, along with 50% of hospital admissions. A variety of methods were in use to control mosquitoes, including the elimination of breeding places such as pools, ditches, old tires, buckets, and other containers of stagnant water, physical barriers like window screens and nets, sprays and repellents, attractant laced traps, and biological control via fungi and nematodes or predators such as fish. Another strategy was the use of pesticides, but these were gradually becoming less effective as the insects developed resistance. Plus, the chemicals were damaging to the environment. While research into vaccines and new medications has now shown promise, a more comprehensive and long term proposal was to eradicate mosquitoes, or at least drastically reduce their ability to spread infections. Known as a gene drive, it was hoped that such an initial initiative would either A, cause the extinction of several of the major vectors of malaria and some other diseases like dengue and Zika, including Aedes albopictus and Anopheles, or B, induce a massive genetic change throughout the mosquito population, making them unable to transmit vectors. The ability to modify animal and plant DNA had been around for decades already. The first genetically modified animal was a mouse created in 1973. The first genetically modified crop, an antibiotic-resistant tobacco plant, was produced in 1982. These organisms were still subject to the laws of genetic inheritance, however, as first described by Gregor Mendel in 1865. In other words, if a mosquito carrying altered DNA were to mate with another mosquito, there would only be a 50-50 chance of the offspring inheriting the modified gene. The probability would be even lower that a subsequent generation would pass on a modified gene and so on. Gene drives, by contrast, were designed to change the fundamental laws of inheritance. A powerful new editing technique known as CRISPR-Cas9 was demonstrated on fruit flies in the 2010s, showing that it was possible to engineer organisms in which every generation received a modified gene, and an entire population would get it within a few generations. With potential for large scale transformation of species, attention turned to the problem of mosquitoes in Africa. The process of artificially biasing inheritance of desired genes was described as a mutagenetic mutagenic chain reaction by researchers. While holding great promise, there were also a number of risks and ethical issues. By altering mosquitoes' DNA to ensure their offspring would always be male, for example, and releasing them into the wild to mate with natural mosquitoes, malaria and other diseases could be wiped out. However, there could also be side effects. Causing the insect populations to crash might disrupt food chains or have other unforeseen consequences. Government reports highlighted these and other areas of concern, delaying the mass introduction of gene drive. But this was only a temporary setback as major investment was going into research and development process. Among the biggest supporters in the fight against malaria was Bill Gates, whose foundation had committed almost $2 billion in grants between 2000 and 2015 to combat the disease. To safeguard against the dangers, a reversal drive was developed alongside the gene drive that would, if necessary, undo the process and spread the original genes back into the population. In addition, other alternatives to creating all male offspring were considered, such as introducing genes to make the insects target animals rather than humans, or genes that stop the parasite itself from multiplying inside the insect. Laboratory tests were conducted before the introduction of these genetically modified mosquitoes into the wild. Detailed studies then followed to determine the optimal numbers and best locations to release the insect, as well as the various cause and effect pathways in the environment. Following small scale experiments in the early 2020s, the mass introduction of gene drive is becoming a reality toward the end of the decade. After years of multigenic chain reactions, follow up assessments, and computer models, researchers have pieced together a trove of evidence and data, refining the process to be safe and with acceptable impact on the environment. These and other issues have now been largely resolved, with most nations in Africa and elsewhere having approved the use of gene drive. A sharp drop in malaria is being witnessed by 2029. Other pests and invasive species are being targeted using this method. Cane toads in Australia, for example, locusts that swarm and destroy crops, rodents that carry diseases. Unfortunately, given their enormous power and potential, gene drives are also now coming under intense scrutiny for an altogether different and more sinister reason: their ability to be used as bioweapons on human populations. This is leading to increased transparency, openness, and cooperation between governments around the world to ensure better monitoring of scientific research activities and to make safeguards and countermeasures built into gene drive. The next topic that we anticipate in 2029 will be a 40 megawatt floating wind turbine. This year sees the deployment of a major new offshore wind project developed by Norwegian company Worldwide Wind. Its unusual design belongs to a class known as vertical axis wind turbine (VAWTS). Offshore wind has grown rapidly this decade, from a worldwide installed capacity of 35 gigawatts in 2020 to over 200 gigawatts in 2029, a six-fold increase. This is thanks to dramatic cost reduction, advances in technology, and policies favoring renewable energy, with ever increasing national targets. Among the new innovations are larger and more powerful turbines, dwarfing earlier designs and handling even greater capacities. The project by Worldwide Wind is the largest of all. It features two sets of rotor blades on a single mast, making them rotate in opposite directions. It can produce up to 40 megawatts of electricity in a single unit, more than triple the world record capacity at the start of the decade, achieved by General Electric's Haliade X. This occurs within a floating structure that measures 400 meters (1,312 feet) in height, taller than the roof of the Empire State Building, and far surpassing the world record size of 260 meters or 853 feet in 2020. Worldwide Wind developed a smaller 3 megawatt prototype in 2026 before achieving the massive scalability needed for this version in 2029. Farms of these BAWTS bots can also be deployed closer together than conventional offshore wind turbines due to their more vertically focused design. This greater density reduces the area of space needed to deploy them. The next event that we anticipate in 2029, Finland will be implementing a nationwide ban on coal use. The country's greenhouse gas emissions had already peaked in the early 2000s, but it was still reliant on coal for its energy, with 11 million tons burned each year. Lacking any domestic production of its own, this was imported from other nations, primarily Russia, 72%, the United States, 7%, Canada, 6%, Australia, 6%, and Poland, 3%. The percentage of coal as an energy source in Finland declined from 18.6% in 1980 to 14.7% in 1990 and 11% in 2000, rising again slightly before entering a new permanent decline from 2003 onward and reaching 8% by 2018. The ban was announced in February 2019 and comes into effect from the 1st of May 2029. The next event that we anticipate is Madagascar's radiated tortoise becoming extinct in the wild. Years of unmitigated hunting and loss of habitat, as well as capture for the illegal exotic pet trade, have caused the wild population of the radiated tortoise to dwindle to almost nothing. Like over 80% of the island's flora and fauna, the radiated tortoise can be found nowhere else on Earth naturally. The government of Madagascar attempted to halt the decline by introducing a series of protection laws. Unfortunately, the size of the island's wildlife areas and poor economic conditions meant these restrictions were largely ignored, with even protected areas being invaded by poachers. Surveys in the 2010s revealed a shocking decline in the number of tortoises. The breeding population quickly shrunk throughout the 2020s. Though there is hope of future repopulation using those bred in captivity, the shrinking habitats they once occupied make this prospect unlikely. In another 15 years or so, almost all of Madagascar's forests will be gone. The next event that we anticipate in 2029 is the expansion of London's Heathrow Airport. For many years, Heathrow Airport in London held the title of the world's busiest airport when measured by international passenger traffic, as well as the busiest in Europe by overall passenger traffic. By the early 2010s, it was handling 70 million passenger journeys per year, though Dubai International would eventually overtake it, and forecast to reach 85 million by 2030. As the airport began to reach 100% capacity at peak times, concerns were raised about overcrowding and the need for expansion. Globally, air traffic in general was growing rapidly, due in large part to booming demand from the emerging markets of the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions, and the number of planes in service was projected to double between 2015 and 2035. In 2009, the UK's Labour government announced that it would support the expansion of Heathrow and encourage the airport operator, BAA, to apply for planning permission. However, these plans were cancelled the following year by the new coalition government of the Conservative and Liberal Democrats. Following several more years of planning and reviews, the Airport Commission recommended a third runway and sixth terminal. A full report was finally published in 2015 that confirmed the new expansion to the northwest as the chosen proposal. After further revisions and with estimated costs of £14.3 billion funded privately, the Northwest Runway and Terminal Plan was approved by the government in 2018. The new infrastructure would increase Heathrow's capacity from 85 million to 130 million passengers annually. It was predicted to create 180,000 new jobs and generate £200 billion in total economic benefits by 2050. By 2050. Up to 40 new long-haul routes would become available. In addition to the airport itself, a number of access improvements were planned, such as the 118-kilometer or 73-mile cross rail line running all the way from east to west London, alongside with a refurbished Piccadilly line providing more spacious air-cooled trains at higher frequencies than before. The pro-expansion stance of both Labour and the Conservatives was supported by many groups and prominent individuals, including the aviation sector, Confederation of British Industry, CBI, British Chambers of Commerce, BCC, and 32 local chambers of commerce, local authorities, and manufacturing and freight sector and trade. However, there was considerable opposition too. Political opponents included the Liberal Democrats, Green Party, and UKIP. Sadiq Khan, mayor of London, and his two predecessors, Boris Johnson and Ken Livingstone, were also against it. Various campaign groups voiced concerns, including Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and RSPB, and WWF, as well as conservation organizations, the National Trust, and developmental charities Oxfam and Christian Aid, alongside Hillingdon Council, a local government in West London. Among the biggest concerns were the impacts on local communities. Some 700 homes, a church, and 8 Grade 2 listed buildings would have to be demolished or abandoned. Grade 2 being a designation given to buildings that are nationally important and of special interest, warranting every effort to preserve them. The main high street in the village of Armondsworth would need splitting and a graveyard would have to be bulldozed. The entire village of Sipsun was in danger of being wiped from the map. The other major concerns were air and noise pollution, along with greenhouse gas emissions. Environmental campaigners warned that the increased CO2 caused by the additional flights would make it harder for the UK to meet its commitments to the Paris Climate Agreement. They also pointed to studies showing that claimed economic benefits would be negated by the long-term cost of carbon. Building a third runway would also raise the general level of air pollution at a time when 40,000 people were dying each year from dirty air across the country. The UK was already in breach of legal limits, and the government had lost multiple court cases on the issue. Furthermore, expanding Heathrow and its flight path would expose hundreds of thousands of additional residents in London, as well as the neighboring county of Berkshire, to sustained high levels of aircraft noise for the first time. Many people also resented London gaining yet another major project, drawing money away from the rest of the UK. Other regions were falling behind, and there were opportunities for investment in Birmingham and Manchester. For example, the widening gap between London and everywhere else had already created a worrying socio-economic divide. The ever-growing sense of inequality may have been a contributory factor in the Brexit referendum result. The arguments from the opposition side were strong, but those in support were stronger. The importance of Heathrow as an international transport hub and a catalyst for wealth generation in London and the South was deemed too great, with approval granted by the government in June 2018. As with many large projects of this type, however, financial issues and construction delays pushed back the original timetable. Completion of a third runway had been scheduled for 2026, but was subsequently revised to 2029. The next event that we anticipate is NASA's Psyche spacecraft making its orbital insertion. In August 2029, a NASA probe called Psyche enters orbit around the large metallic asteroid known as 16 Psyche, one of the most massive objects in the main asteroid belt and the heaviest known M-type asteroid. 16 Psyche is 222 kilometers or 137 miles in diameter and contains 1% of the mass of the entire belt. Psyche is an orbiter mission developed as part of NASA's Discovery program. Its primary objective is to explore the origin of planetary cores and confirm whether 16 Psyche is the exposed iron core of a protoplanet, the remnant of a violent collision with another object that stripped off its outer crust. The spacecraft was launched on 13th October 2023 aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy launch vehicle, and then performed a Mars gravity assist at 500 kilometers or 310 miles altitude in 2026 before reaching its destination 3 years later. From 2029 onward, it conducts a asteroid's geology, shape, surface features, elemental composition, gravity, magnetism, and distribution of mass, revealing insights into planetary formation and interior. This information is also of potential use in future asteroid mining operations. Psyche's mission duration is 26 months, lasting until November 2031, with gradually decreasing orbits taking it closer and closer to 16 Psyche. The initial orbit starts at 700 kilometers or 435 miles distant, while the lowest orbit is at 75 kilometers or 47 miles. In addition to its study of 16 Psyche, the spacecraft also tests an experimental laser communication technology called deep space optical communication, designed to increase spacecraft communications performance and efficiency by 10 to 100 times over conventional means. The laser beams from the spacecraft are received by a ground telescope at Palomar Observatory in California. The next event that we anticipate is the launch of the Ariel spacecraft. The Atmospheric Remote Sensing Infrared Exoplanet Large Survey (ARIEL) is a space observatory launched in 2029 as the fourth medium-class mission of the European Space Agency's Cosmic Vision program. It aims to observe 1,000 or more known exoplanets using the transit method, studying and characterizing the planet's chemical composition and thermal structures simultaneously in both visible and infrared wavelengths. Ariel is launched to the L2 Lagrangian point pictured below, about 1,500,000 kilometers or 930,000 miles from Earth, where it benefits from the blockage of sunlight to maximize the potential for its detecting target. It provides a wealth of scientific data on a diverse range of exoplanets, from extremely hot, temperate, and from gaseous to rocky. Its spectrometer, and guidance system are sensitive enough to determine the presence of clouds in atmosphere, as well as some exotic molecules that may have been missed by earlier telescopes. In addition to revealing new insights into many previously studied worlds, the mission addresses fundamental questions about what exoplanets are made of and how planetary systems form and evolve. The European Space Agency formally approved the mission in November 2020 with a scheduled launch date of 2029. The mission's duration is 4 years. The next event that we anticipate is the Giant Magellan Telescope becoming fully operational. The Giant Magellan Telescope (GMT) is a major new astronomical observatory completed in 2029. Costing nearly $2 billion, the international project is led by the U.S. in partnership with Australia, Brazil, and Korea, with Chile as the host country. The telescope is built on a mountaintop in the southern Atacama Desert of Chile, with an altitude of 2,516 meters or 8,255 feet. This site was chosen as the instrument's location because of its outstanding night sky quality and clear weather throughout most of the year, along with a lack of atmospheric pollution and sparse population, giving it low light pollution. The GMT consists of seven, 8, and 8.4 meter or 27.6 feet diameter primary segments with a combined resolving power equivalent to a 24.5 meter or 80.4 feet mirror. It has a total light gathering area of 368 meters squared, 3,960 square feet, which is 15 times greater than the older neighboring Magellan telescope. It has 4 times the image resolution and 200 times the sensitivity of the James Webb Space Telescope. The GMT operates at near infrared and visible wavelengths of the spectrum. It features adaptive optics, which helps to correct image blur caused by the Earth's atmospheric interference. The seven mirrors are polished with a surface accuracy of 19 nanometers. The GMT is the latest in a series of major telescopes being constructed this decade, heralding a new era of higher resolution astronomy. Others include the European Extremely Large Telescope and the Square Kilometer Array, in addition to numerous space-based observatories. The new generation of telescopes leads to huge advances in knowledge of the early universe. Major new discoveries of Earth-like planets around other stars, and breakthroughs in understanding the mysterious dark matter and dark energy that influence the structure and expansion of the universe. The next event that we anticipate is Jupiter's Great Red Spot disappearing. The first sightings of a great red spot on Jupiter were made in the 1660s by Robert Hooke and Giovanni Cassini. This feature, a monstrous anticyclonic storm, was not studied in detail until the late 19th century. At that time, its diameter was found to be around 25,500 miles, 41,000 kilometers, large enough to swallow three entire planet Earth. Uh, yes, no, it's perfect. No, we're right there. We're right there. Jupiter's giant red spot is disappearing. That's where we are. On 25th of February 1979, NASA's Voyager 1 spacecraft returned close-range photos of the planet. These revealed that its great red spot had shrunk to 14,500 miles, or 23,335 kilometers. Later studies by the Hubble Space Telescope from the 1990s onwards revealed it continuing to get smaller in size. By 2012, the rate of shrinkage was nearly 1,000 kilometers per year and increasing. It was theorized that small eddies observed feeding into the storm were accelerating this change by altering the internal dynamics. The raging winds in this turbulent region were measured to be 384 miles per hour, 618 kilometers per hour, greatly surpassing even the strongest hurricanes on Earth. Another space probe, Juno, orbited the gas giant in 2016. The, this provided a greater understanding of the atmospheric composition, cloud motions, temperature, magnetosphere, gravity, and other properties affecting the overall dynamics of Jupiter. Once again, the Great Red Spot was seen shrinking and losing momentum. This process would continue into the following decade. By the end of the 2020s, it has vanished entirely. Yet another probe, Jupiter Icy Moon Explorer, JUICE, arrives in 2031, shortly after its disappearance is confirmed. The next event that we anticipate is the wreck of the Titanic decomposing. By the late 2020s, the famous wreck of the Titanic has been reduced to a mere rust patch. Metal eating bacteria have dissolved what remains of the once mighty structure. Though some artifacts were salvageable, any hope of recovering the ship itself is now gone. The next event that we anticipate is a quantum computer with 1 million qubits. During the 2010s and 2020s, as the concept of quantum computing transitioned from theoretical exploration to practical application, numerous companies emerged to establish a solid foundation for this revolutionary field. These early efforts set the stage for intense competition among firms, not only aiming to become leaders in the nascent industry, but also to rapidly boost the power and scale of quantum computing systems. This included giants like IBM and Google, alongside institutes in China and other countries who pushed the frontiers of research. Quantum bits, or qubits, the equivalent of traditional computer bits, allowed quantum computers to work with extraordinarily large numbers and perform calculations of staggering complexity. Unlike the binary ones and zeros of classical machines, qubits took advantage of a phenomenon known as superposition, meaning they could have multiple states. With more qubits joined together, this effect scaled exponentially, with potential to vastly exceed even the fastest of classical supercomputers in terms of number crunching. After moderate progress in qubit counts during the 2010s, a massive scaling up occurred in the 2020s, with a system by IBM exceeding 100 qubits by in 2021, followed by the first 1,000 plus qubit system by the same company in 2023. Due to the extremely sensitive nature of superposition, Achieving such large numbers of qubits required them to be isolated from external stimuli such as noise, vibration, and temperature fluctuations. Scientists refer to this state as quantum coherence. New techniques began to emerge for maintaining coherence and reducing errors that resulted from interruption. Researchers also directed their efforts to creating logical qubits, consisting of many physical qubits working together to eliminate faults. Q-Era, a relatively unknown company based in Boston, Massachusetts, revealed a 10,000 qubit system in 2026, an order of magnitude improvement over IBM's Condor system just 3 years earlier. This included 100 logical qubits. PsiQuantum, a company founded in 2015 and based in Palo Alto, California, announced its plan to build the first quantum computer with a million physical qubits. The fault-tolerant system would use a photonics-based approach, encoding qubits in particles of light for greater stability and resistance to decoherence. PsiQuantum attracted significant investment with major backers including BlackRock, Microsoft's venture fund M12, and DARPA, putting its valuation at over $3.1 billion dollars by the early 2020s. In April 2024, the Australian and Queensland governments invested a further 940 million Australian dollars or 620 million United States dollars into PsiQuantum. In exchange, the company agreed to locate its planned quantum computer in Brisbane. This machine, described as the world's first utility scale fault tolerant quantum computer, would be housed in a large compute building with many rows of cabinets, each containing thousands of photonic chips, next to a crypto plant to provide cooling. PsiQuantum targeted a completion date of 2029. A project of similar scale is also being completed by Google this year. The leap in qubit count from 10,000 achieved in 2026 to a million now is not just a quantitative change, but a qualitative one. These machines are among the first quantum computers able to perform useful tasks, such as simulating complex molecular structures for drug discovery and new materials, optimizing large-scale logistical operations, and solving intricate problems in real time. This capacity provides the ability to model phenomena that are beyond the reach of classical supercomputers. With qubits, both physical and logical, continuing to scale up, even greater advances will soon become possible, such as the cracking of RSA 2048 encryption during the 2030s, a task that would require trillions of years of calculation time for traditional computers. Commercial scale, fault tolerant quantum computing leads to thousands of new jobs in Australia and generates an additional $48 billion dollars in GDP by 2040. The next event that we anticipate is the Starlab commercial space station becoming operational. This Starlab is the first ever free-flying commercial space station. Announced in October 2021, the project is a collaboration between NanoRack, Voyager Space, and Lockheed Martin. It features 340 cubic meters of internal volume, about one-third that of the International Space Station. As a continuously crewed platform, it ensures a continued U.S. presence in low Earth orbit at a time when the ISS is nearing the end of its lifespan. The basic elements of the Starlab space station include a large inflatable habitat designed and built by Lockheed Martin, a metallic docking node, a power and propulsion element of 60 kilowatts, a large and robotic arm for servicing cargo, maximum payload of 22 cubic meters, and a state-of-the-art laboratory system with comprehensive research, science, and manufacturing capabilities. Among the services provided are materials research, plant growth and other biotech, astronaut missions, and space tourism. It can hold up to four passengers at any one time. Initial operational capability begins in 2029. There are now several space stations in Earth or near Earth orbit: Starlab, the soon to be retired ISS, China's new space station, and the Lunar Gate. The next event that we anticipate in 2029, the number of satellites in Earth orbit growing exponentially. By the end of this decade, the number of active satellites in Earth around the number of satellites in orbit around Earth has reached nearly 60,000, a 20-fold increase compared to a decade earlier and 75-fold increase since the start of the century. Russia, then known as the Soviet Union, launched the first artificial satellite, Sputnik 1, in October 1957. Just 3.5 years later, more than 100 others had been placed in orbit as the space race got underway between the Soviets and the United States. The numbers continued to increase over the decades, with more and more countries able to conduct launches for purposes such as weather monitoring, telecommunications, surveillance, and GPS. During the early 21st century, smaller and lighter satellites with more compact and miniaturized components became increasingly popular. These provided the advantage of cheaper launch costs and a more flexible range of uses. This segment of the market became divided into various classes depending on the weight of the spacecraft, from mini satellites between 500 and 100 kilograms, descending through micro, nano, pico, and femto satellites, the smallest being less than zero point 0.1 kilograms. Concerns mounted over the accumulation of space debris from old satellites and other defunct or abandoned objects. In a worst case scenario, this might trigger a catastrophic chain reaction of collisions, known as the Kessler syndrome, with potential to block safe access to space for generations. Despite the growing risk, satellite numbers began to explode from the late 2010s onward. SpaceX announced plans for Starlink, a huge constellation to expand global internet coverage, as well as satellites for military, scientific, and other purposes. Many rival companies emerged with similar projects that collectively appeared set to transform the already crowded space above Earth, creating a kind of satellite singularity. The 2,600 active satellites in 2020 would be joined by a further 57,000 over the next 10 years, bringing the total to almost 60,000. Astronomers had earlier reported interference with ground-based observations and the spoiling of the night sky, a problem now made even worse. Satellite developers responded with new measures to reduce reflected sunlight through spacecraft orientation, sun shielding, and surface darkening. The end of this decade is marked by the emergence of a quantum internet, providing absolutely secure encryption. This orbiting network, still at an early stage of deployment in 2029, is massively expanded during the 2030s. Cut, that's it for 2029. So when I say cut, you cut. You recognize that, right? Okay. Oh, no, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. We talk about it afterward. I made a mistake. Apologies. So we don't cut there. So um go back and uh we will talk about it. So I'll give a uh an intro. So apologies. Let me go back and find what events we've got going on. Okay. So uh in three, two, one, action. And that concludes 2029. Tony, what are your thoughts on some of the events that we anticipate experiencing? I'm in agreement. Quantum computing will be quite interesting. I'm excited for perhaps the application of gene drives in mosquitoes to avoid many of the unnecessary human deaths that occur. so long as this type of science and technology is used for good. I'm an advocate for it. Some other things that I think will be very interesting, certainly some of the telescopes, including the Giant Magellan Telescope, being operational, Starlab being operational, the increase in the amount of satellites that we perhaps will experience on Earth. But you said it perfectly. The quantum computer with 1 million qubits is a really exceptional goal that humanity has. I think really some interesting things are the wreck of the Titanic being decomposed and Jupiter's great red spot disappearing. Jupiter's great red spot was a very identifiable element of Jupiter that will be gone within the next few years. So I agree with you. And with that, we appreciate you following along to the audience, and we look forward to connecting next time. Thank you. Okay, cut by and then are you ready to do 2030? Okay. Yeah, you could see. You definitely could see. That's okay. It happens. All right. So now we're gonna go into our next event, and again, these should get shorter, and this will be the last one we do today. It's not shorter. Okay. You know. I mean, okay. Here we go. All right. Are you ready? Go ahead. I understand. We've been doing it for 90 minutes. It's hard to concentrate that entire time. I thought you did a really good job of it. And even that part on Jupiter where you're like, am I on the wrong spot? You're on the right spot. And I'll do my best to say the next event that we are doing so that you're aware that we're moving on to the next part. But, you'll find it. And if anything, you can see what I'm reading immediately. So, with that, are you ready? Okay. Do you have your pages open so that I can just go from Wikipedia to, okay. All right. In three, two, one, action. Welcome to 2030. 2030 will be a common year starting on Tuesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2030th year of the Common Era, and it will be the 30th. Sure, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so you ready? Okay, three, two, one, action. Welcome to 2030. 2030 will be a common year starting on Tuesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2030th year of the Common Era, the 30th year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the first year of the 2030s decade, a new decade. The predicted and scheduled events from February 1st through 17th to 2030 Winter Olympics is scheduled to be held in the French Alps. On February 28th, the 2029 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be closed in Thailand. On March 27th, the 2030 South Korean presidential election is scheduled to be held. In April of 2030, Europa Clipper will arrive at Jupiter's moon Europa. June 8th through July 21st, the 2030 FIFA World Cup is scheduled to be held in Spain, Portugal, and Morocco, with anniversary match hosts Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. September 1st, the autonomous region of Bougainville has recommended the state for independence from Papua New Guinea, pending re-ratification of the 2019 referendum. October 1st, the 2030 World Expo will be opened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. July 24th through August 4th, the 2030 Mediterranean Games are expected to take place in Pristina, Kosovo. Unknown date of 2030, the 2030 Hungarian parliamentary election is scheduled to be held, predicted in 2022, the year in which both the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 space probes will run out of power and cease transmission. New petrol and diesel cars will be banned from sale in the UK. Masdar City in Abu Dhabi is expected to be completed in 2030, as well as the 2030 Asian Games being scheduled to be held in Doha. A Japanese construction firm, the Shimizu Corporation, in concert with many research firms and government agencies, has plans for an underwater city of 5,000 people called the Ocean Spiral, 4.5 kilometers or 2.8 miles off the coast of Japan, which will consist of a giant sphere containing homes and businesses situated just below the surface, held up by a 14-kilometer or 9-mile spiral descending into the seabed, where there will be a submarine port and a factory powering the city by using microorganisms that turn carbon dioxide into methane. The Shimizu Corporation plans to start construction in 2025. Targets of goals of the United Nations 2030 agenda are set for 2030. Some climate-related goals from COP26 are for 2030, including the Glasgow Climate Pact aims to reduce global carbon dioxide emissions by 55% by 2030 relative to the 2010 level. However, based on existing pledges, the emissions in the year 2030 will be 14% higher than in 2010. More than 100 countries pledged to reverse deforest, deforestation. More than 100 countries pledged to reverse deforestation. India plans to draw half its energy requirement from renewable sources. China aims to peak CO2 emissions before 2030. The 2030 Climate Target Plan of the EU aims to cut greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. The European Commission made proposals in July 2021 for how to achieve this goal. The international community, including the United Nations, World Bank, and the United States, have set the goal of completely eradicating extreme poverty by 2030. Noting a significant decline in extreme poverty since 1990, the World Bank has noted that the end of extreme poverty is in sight and pledged to cut it down to at most 3% of the world's population by this time. The World Health Organization and UNICEF have set a goal for universal access to basic sanitation by 2030. The United Nations has made it a goal that internet access and literacy will be universal by 2030. French demographist Emmanuel Todd forecasted that the global literacy rate will be almost 100% by this year. The World Bank has called for all countries to implement universal health care by this time. Shared Prosperity Vision of 2030, Kenya Vision of 2030, Saudi Vision of 2030, Egypt Vision of 2030, Qatar Nation Vision 2030, National Development Plan 2030, Eritrea Vision 2030, Sudan Vision 2030. Finland plans on being a nicotine-free and smoke-free country by 2030. The 2030 Commonwealth Games are expected to take place in Ahmedabad, India. Formula One set to become net zero by 2030 and aims to bring back V8 engines with the approval of engine manufacturers by 2030 or 2031. Poland is projected to have a higher GDP per capita than the United Kingdom by the end of the. And with that, we will move on to our next set of timeline content. From 2030 to 2033, expect NASA's Europa Clipper mission searching for life. 2030, we expect global warming continuing to increase, China's nuclear stockpile exceeding 1,000, China's Long March 9 rocket in a lunar mission, the 6G standard is released, smart grid technology is widespread in developed nations, coal power is phased out by Germany, interstellar message arrives at Blue Star, FIFA World Cup 2030, AI-designed antibiotics are available on prescription, depression is the number one global disease burden, child mortality is approaching 2% globally, the Muslim population has increased significantly, orbital space junk is becoming a major problem for space flight, the UK space industry has quadrupled in size, the Lockheed Martin SR-72 is entering service, half of America's shopping malls have closed. 8K VR headsets are common. 100 terabyte HDDs reach consumer level. Completion of Saudi Vision 2030. The High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider enters operation. And the entire ocean floor is mapped. And with that, we'll start in 2030 to 2033. NASA's Europa Clipper mission searches for life. The Europa Clipper is a NASA probe sent to study Europa, the smallest of the four Galilean moons orbiting Jupiter. As a flagship class mission, it is among the costliest and most capable science spacecraft to be launched in the agency's history. The uncrewed spacecraft departs from Earth in October 2024 aboard a Falcon Heavy during a 21-day launch window. It utilizes gravity assist from Mars in February 2025 and Earth in December 2023 before arriving at Europa in April 2030. The probe is designed to observe Europa, determine its habitability, and aid in the selection of a landing site for a future lander. The science goals are focused on the three main requirements for life: liquid water, chemistry, and energy. Specifically, the objectives are to study ice shell and ocean, confirm the existence and nature of water within or beneath the ice, and possess and processes of surface ice ocean exchange. Composition. Determine the chemistry and distribution of key compounds and the links to ocean composition. Geology. Determine the characteristics and formation of surface features, including sites of recent or current activity. To achieve these goals, a large scientific payload of 9 instruments is contributed by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory (JPL), as well as various research institutes and universities. The electronic components are protected from Jupiter's intense radiation by a 150 kilogram shield made of titanium and aluminum. They include a topographical imager, ice penetrating radar, thermal spectrometer, magnetometer, neutral mass spectrometer, and high gain antenna. Extremely high radiation photos are made possible by the main imaging system. This maps most of Europa at 50 meters or 160 resolution, but can also zoom into selected surface areas. These enhancements reveal details as small as zero point 0.5 meters or 1.6 feet inside. The probe conducts 45 flybys of Europa at distances ranging from 2,700 kilometers or 1,678 miles to as close as 25 kilometers or 60 miles during its 3.5-year mission. It can therefore reach altitudes low enough to pass through plumes of water vapor erupting from the moon's ice crust, obtaining samples for analysis. A key feature of the mission plan is that the Clipper uses gravity assist from Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto to change its trajectory, allowing the spacecraft to return to a different close approach point with each flyby. Each flyby covers a different sector of Europa in order to produce a near global 95% topographic survey, including ice thickness. The mission timeline overlaps the ESA's Jupiter Ice Moons Explorer, JUICE, which studies the Jovian system from 2031 to 2035, performing flybys past Europa and Callisto before moving into orbit around Ganymede. The two missions complement each other. with shared data helping to improve the science surrounding the moon's crust and subsurface ocean. The latter is believed to contain more water than all of Earth's oceans combined, as well as guiding the development of future surface landers in the 2030s and 2040s. The next event that we anticipate in 2030 will be global warming continuing to increase. Global warming in 2030 is now approaching 1.3 degrees Celsius or 2.3 degrees Fahrenheit above the mid 20th century average and continues to increase. During the next El Nino, it will exceed the 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit threshold agreed at the Paris Climate Accord in 2015. Recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and other disasters around the world. The economic losses from weather-related events in 2030 are 25% greater than just a decade earlier, averaging more than $250 billion annually. Amid the deepening sense of urgency, environmental activism is now ramping up to levels never seen before. This includes the direct targeting of and sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure alongside increasingly vociferous campaigns to trigger changes in public behavior and lifestyle. In the early 2020s, the protest actions had already been subject to increasing criminalization in the country. With more radicalized green movements having since emerged, these measures are now going to step further to classify some groups as outright terrorist organizations. In South America and other regions, environmental activists who stand in the way of agribusiness, hydroelectric dams, mining, and logging are being murdered in greater numbers than ever. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, worldwide greenhouse gas emissions have seen a temporary dip from a record high of 52 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, meaning the aggregate of CO2, CH4, N2O, and F gases. They fell below 4.9 gigatons in 2020. However, growth resumed in subsequent years and soon rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. I am reading about, I'm not there yet, I'm higher up. Yeah, that's where I am. You're okay. Recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and other disasters around the world. The economic losses from weather-related events in 2030 are 25% greater than just a decade earlier, averaging more than $250 billion annually. Among the deepening sense of urgency, environmental activism is now ramping up to levels never seen before. This includes the direct targeting and sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure, alongside increasingly vociferous campaigns to trigger changes in public behavior and lifestyle. In the early 2020s, protest actions have already been subject to increasing criminalization in some countries, with more radicalized green movements having since emerged. These measures are now going to step further to classify some groups as outright terrorist organizations. In South America and other regions, environmental activists who stand in the way of agribusiness, hydroelectric dams, mining, and logging are being murdered in greater numbers than ever. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, worldwide greenhouse gas emissions had seen a temporary dip from a record high of 52 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, meaning the aggregate of CO2, CH4, N20, and F gases, they fell below 4.9 gigatons in 2020. However, growth resumed in subsequent years and soon rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. World leaders announced more ambitious climate targets while simultaneously approving new oil and gas projects and continuing to provide enormous subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. Although progress has been made in slowing the rate of emissions, with signs that a peak may now be approaching, they continue to rise in 2030. Pledges at climate summits have proven to be insufficient for limiting the global average temperature to a sustainable level. The world remains on track for 2 degrees Celsius of warming by the 2040s and nearly 3 degrees Celsius later in the century. decarbonization of the world's various economic sectors has been uneven. Some areas have seen exponential improvement, such as the rapid adoption of solar PV, wind power, electric vehicles, and charging stations. Some governments have now phased out coal, while renewables have expanded a cover while renewables have expanded to cover a majority of electrical generation. In combination with utility-based in combination with utility scale batteries and or nuclear. Rooftop solar, for example, is now mandatory on all new buildings in the country. Likewise, the EV market has seen phenomenal growth and is on the verge of surpassing traditional ICE cars in terms of global scale sales. Another promising field is direct air capture (DAC) to create negative emissions. Early prototypes in the 2010s demonstrated that a few tons each day could be captured and stored safely. Substantial further investment, including billions of dollars from both private interests and government funding, led to a rapid scaling up. By 2030, some companies have achieved megaton scale DAC and are now planning for gigatons of negative emissions by 2050. But in other areas of the economy, progress has been stagnant. For instance, ruminant meat consumption is still very high, in part due to growing consumer demand in emerging economies. Plant-based meats have risen in popularity, but are nowhere near the level needed to sufficiently reduce emissions from the agricultural sector. Meanwhile, cultured or lab-grown meats, while showing potential for exponential growth, are still at the early stages of market adoption. They have also been drawn into the Anglosphere's culture wars, with debates over natural versus unnatural that are similar to concerns over genetically modified food, as well as the financial impact on local ranchers. Other areas with insufficient progress include the energy intensity of residential and commercial buildings, the carbon intensity of industrial processes such as steelmaking and cement production, the aviation sector, and the general financing of climate change initiatives around the world. For many countries, the vague wording of net zero strategies has led to delays in overall emission reduction. The share of greenhouse gas emissions with carbon prices about doubled since 2020, but still account for only 40% of the total. The two main forms of this pricing system are carbon taxing and cap and trade programs. A third concept has recently been proposed, a carbon coin, or similar currency to encourage a new global market for carbon removal. If paired with carbon taxes, the idea would be that burning of carbon is taxed while sequestering carbon is rewarded. To implement the policy and to manage supply and demand, as well as independently verifying each ton's negative emission, requires a supranational authority, one of its key functions being to coordinate the operations of major central banks in order to give the carbon currency a guaranteed floor price. For now, this is too big a step for most nations to accept, with concerns over inflation and the effects on domestic currency. However, discussions are resumed in later years as the global environmental situation deteriorates. Overall, the world in 2030 is more climate aware and more supporting of green policies than ever, but still lacking the urgency and scale of actions needed to prevent rapid change. The next event that we anticipate is China's nuclear stockpile exceeding 1,000. From the late 2010s onward, China began to significantly ramp up its nuclear weapons stockpile as a result of several converging factors. Having maintained around 200 warheads for nearly 40 years, the rising superpower sought to modernize and expand its arsenal to 1,000 in light of what it perceived as new and emerging threats. The evolving security dynamics of the Indo-Pacific region, largely influenced by U.S. military presence and its alliances, prompted the Chinese government to reassess the strength of its nuclear forces. Concerns had also grown about the advances in missile technology to other powers. Concerns had also grown about the advances in missile technology by other powers, which had the potential to undermine China's own return. Between 2015 and 2022, China increased its nuclear weapons stockpile by 60%, from 260 to more than 400. This figure has reached 1,000 by 2030 and is now on track to reach 1,500 by 2035. This formed part of President Xi Jinping's longer term goal of establishing a world class military by 2049, the 100th anniversary of the People's Republic of China. In addition to hundreds of new warheads, China has developed a larger inventory of nuclear delivery systems by land, sea, and air. It also it has also invested in the infrastructure needed to sustain this growth. New silo fields for both solid propellant and nuclear fueled ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, have been constructed, with systems now ready for a launch on warning posture or the ability to fire more quickly. This rapid escalation in nuclear capabilities has heightened the existing tensions between China and its neighbors, notably India, Japan, and Pakistan. These and other nations in the Asia Pacific, concerned about the strategic vulnerability, are pursuing their own military enhancement. The United States, in turn, faces new challenges in maintaining strategic stability in the region. Washington's commitments to its allies are being tested, and it must balance deterrence with efforts to prevent an all-out arms race. China's expanded arsenal is complicating arms control negotiations, which now have an account which now have to account for a tripartite dynamic involving the US, Russia, and China. This has undermined efforts to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. The next event that we anticipate is China's Long March 9 rocket beginning lunar mission. The Long March 9, officially TZ-9, is a new Chinese rocket first announced in 2018 and intended for long-range missions to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. With a payload capacity of 140,000 kilograms to low Earth orbit (LEO) and 500,000 kilograms to translunar injection, it ranks among the largest rockets ever built, one of the very few appearing in the super heavy lift launch class. The Long March 9 is a three-stage rocket, with core having a diameter of 10 meters, surrounded by a cluster of four engines. Comparable in size to NASA's Kinetic Saturn, this huge rocket is specifically designed to expand China's capabilities beyond Earth and deeper into space. Sitting atop the rocket is a next generation lunar capable spacecraft with capacity for up to six astronauts. The Long March 9 completed feasibility studies in 2021 and received government approval that same year. The 14th five-year plan, 2021 to 2025, enabled it to proceed to the next stage of development. By 2030, a maiden test flight has occurred, and the launch vehicle is being prepared for use in lunar missions. Following additional test flights, China lands its first astronaut on the moon in the early part of this decade. This is taking place alongside similar efforts by the United States, which now has its own lunar capable rocket, NASA's Space Launch System, as well as commercial ventures such as SpaceX and Blue Origin. The two nations, having been engaged in a second space race for the last two decades, are now finally seeing the fruits of their long-term research and development. The Long March 9 The Long March 9 forms a pivotal part of China's operation on the Moon, not only for sending astronauts on short-duration missions, but also for establishing a more permanent presence. Its huge cargo carrying capacity allows scientific outposts to form on the lunar surface during the late. The next event that we anticipate is the 6G standard being released. By 2030, a new cellular network has emerged that offers even greater speed than 5G. Early research on the sixth generation 6G had started during the late 2010s when China, the USA, and other countries investigated the potential for working at higher frequencies. Whereas the first four mobile generations tended to operate at between several hundred or several thousand megahertz, 5G had expanded this range tens of thousands or hundreds of a revolutionary technology at the time. It allowed vastly improved bandwidth and lower latency. However, it was not without its problems, as exponentially growing demand for wireless data transfer put even ever increasing pressure on service providers, while even shorter latencies were required for certain specialist and emerging applications. This led to development of 6G, based on frequencies ranging from 100 gigahertz to 1 terahertz and beyond. A tenfold boost in data transfer rate would mean users enjoying terabits per second. Terabits. Uh, Furthermore, improved network stability and latency achieved with AI and machine learning algorithms could be combined with even greater geographical coverage. The Internet of Things, already well established during the 2010s, now had the potential to grow by further orders of magnitude and connect not billions but trillions of objects. Following a decade of research and testing, widespread adoption of 6G occurred in the 2030s. However, a wireless telecommu- telecommunications are now reaching a plateau in terms of progress, as it becomes extremely difficult to extend beyond the terahertz range. These limits are eventually overcome, but require wholly new approaches and fundamental breakthroughs in physics. The idea of a seventh standard, 7G, is also placed in doubt by several emerging technologies that support the existing wireless communications, making future advances iterative rather than generational. The next event that we expect is smart grid technology being widespread in developed nations. In prior decades, the disruptive effect of energy shocks, alongside ever increasing demand from growing and industrializing populations, was putting strain on the world's power grid. Blackouts occurred in the worst hit regions, with consumers becoming more and more conscious of their energy use and taking measures to either monitor and or cut back their consumption. This already precarious situation was exacerbated by the relatively aging infrastructure in many countries. Much of the grid at the beginning of the 21st century was extremely old and inefficient, losing more than half of available electricity during production, transmission, and usage. A convergence of business, political, and uh, a convergence of business, political, social, and environmental issues forced governments and regulators to finally address this problem. By 2030, integrated smart grids are becoming widespread in the developed world, the main benefit of which is the optimal balancing of demand and production. Traditional power grids had previously relied on a just-in-time delivery system where supply was manually adjusted constantly in order to match demand. Now this problem is being eliminated due to a vast array of sensors and automated monitoring devices embedded throughout the grid. This approach had already emerged on a small scale in the form of smart meters for individual homes and homes. By 2030, it is being scaled up to the to entire national grid. Power plants now maintain constant real-time communication with all residents and visitors. If capacity is ever strained, appliances instantly self-adjust to cut power, even turning themselves off completely when idle and not in use. Since balancing demand and production is now achieved on a real-time automatic basis within the grid itself, this greatly reduces the need for peaker plants as supplemental sources. In the event of any remaining gap, algorithms calculate the exact requirements and turn on extra generators automatically. Computers also help adjust for and level out peaks and troughs in energy demand. Sensors in the grid can detect precisely when and where consumption is highest. Over time, production can be automatically shifted according to the predicted rise and fall in demand. Smart meters can then adjust for any discrepancy. Another benefit of this approach is allowing energy providers to raise electricity prices during periods of high consumption, helping to flatten out. This makes the grid more reliable overall, since it reduces the number of variables that need to be accounted for. Yet another advantage of the smart grid is the capacity for bidirectional. In the past, power transmission could only be done in one direction. Today, a proliferation of local power generation, such as photovoltaic panels and fuel cells, means that energy production is much more decentralized. Smart grids now take into account homes and businesses which can add their own surplus electricity to the system, allowing energy to be transmitted in both directions through power. This trend of redistribution and localization is also making large-scale renewables more viable, since the grid is now adaptable to the intermittent power output of solar and wind. On top of this, smart grids are also designed with multiple full load bearing transmission routes. This way, if a broken transmission line causes a blackout, sensors instantly locate the damaged area while electricity is rerouted to the affected area. Crews no longer need to investigate multiple transformers to isolate the problem, and blackouts are reduced as a result. This also prevents any kind of domino effect from setting off a growing blackout. Overall, this new Internet of Energy is far more sustainable, efficient, and reliable. Energy costs are reduced the way for a while paving the way to a post-carbon economy. Countries that quickly adopt smart grids are better protected from oil shocks, while greenhouse gas emissions are reduced by almost 20% in some nations. As the shift to clean energy continues, this situation will only improve, expanding to even larger scales. Regions begin merging their grids together on a country-to-country and eventually continent-wide basis. The next event that we anticipate is coal power being phased out in Germany. During the 20th century, Germany obtained its electricity predominantly from fossil fuels, particularly coal, and then later also nuclear power. As Europe's largest consumer of electricity, it had very high carbon emissions, ranking sixth in the world. At the dawn of the 21st century, however, a radical change began to occur as its supply shifted to new, less polluting forms of energy. In 2010, the German government published Energiewende, Energy Transition, a key policy document outlining targets for increasing the share of renewables in power consumption, which included greenhouse gas (GHG) emission reductions of 80% to 95% by 2050 relative to 1990. Following the Japanese Fukushima disaster of 2011, the government removed the use of nuclear power as a bridging technology, and the decision was taken further to phase out nuclear altogether. We are on coal power being phased out by Germany. We are in coal power being phased out by Germany. You need to scroll down. Yeah. Following the Jap, I say every single time we start a new section, the next section will be. When I say that, you just have to listen to that. Following the Japanese Fukushima disaster of 2011, the government removed the use of nuclear power as a bridging technology, and the decision was taken further to phase out nuclear altogether by 2023. This move triggered a brief rise in coal to make up the shortfall. However, renewables were expanding rapidly with solar and wind forming an ever larger share of electric generating capacity. In 2019, a government appointed coal commission introduced a proposed pathway to phase out all coal power within 2 decades. By the end of the 2010s, Germany had 40 gigawatts of installed coal power capacity, with 21 gigawatts fired by bituminous coal, referred to as hard coal by Germany's Federal Network Agency, and 19 gigawatts by lignite or brown coal. A bituminous coal plant, Bethane 4, entered service in mid-2020, adding 1.1 gigawatts and becoming Germany's last ever coal plant to be newly connected to the grid. The government planned to take all 84 sites offline by 2038. In September 20, in September 2021, Germany held federal elections with Angela Merkel stepping down and the ruling Union Party's CDU-CSU reporting their worst ever result. Olaf Scholz of the Social Democratic Party (SDP) formed a three-way coalition alongside the Free Democratic Party and the Greens. As part of the deal, Germany's previous commitment to phase out coal power would be brought forward by 8 years, from 2038 to 2030. During the first half of the 2020s, many plants voluntarily went offline in the north, west, and south of the country. As renewables continued to surge in capacity, forced closures occurred in the latter part of the decade. The phase out had commenced in West Germany to soften the impact in the economically poorer eastern side of the country. By 2030, the final plant shutdown has occurred. More than 80% of Germany's electricity is now generated by renewables. As part of this transition, it is now compulsory for solar energy to be included on the roofs of all new commercial buildings, while each of the country's 16 states must provide at least 2% of their land area for wind power. Around 15 million of Germany's cars are now electric, as the European Union nears its target of phasing out new cars with internal combustion engines by 2035. Germany continues to make progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions on its way net zero by 2040. The next event that we anticipate is an interstellar message arriving at Lucian star. Lucian star GJ273 is a red dwarf located about 12.4 light years from Earth. Despite its relatively close proximity, it has a visual magnitude of only 9.9, making it too faint to be seen with the naked eye. It was named after William Lucian, who, in collaboration with Edwin G. Ebbinghaus, first determined its high proper motion in 1935. Luton star is one-fourth of the mass of the Sun and has 35% of the radius. In March 2017, two planets were discovered orbiting Luton star. The outer planet GJ2733 was a super-Earth with 2.9 Earth masses and found to be lying in the habitable zone with potential for liquid water on the surface. The inner planet GJ273 had 1.2 Earth masses but orbited much closer with an orbital period of only 4.7 days. In October 2017, a project known as Sonar calling GJ273 was initiated. This would send music through deep space in the direction of Luton's star in an attempt to communicate with extraterrestrial intelligence. The project, organized by Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence (MEDI) and Sonar, a music festival in Barcelona, Spain, beamed a series of radio signals from a radar antenna in at Bramfjordmolen, Norway. The first transmissions were sent on 16th, 17th of October, with a second batch in April 2018. This became the first radio message ever sent to a potentially habitable exoplanet. The message included 33 music pieces of 10 seconds by artists including Latekre, Jean-Michel Jarre, Kate Tempest, Code 9, Modest Hector, and Richie Hawtin. Also included were scientific and mathematical tutorials set in binary code, designed to be understandable by extraterrestrials. A recording of an unborn baby girl's heartbeat, along with poetry and political statements about humans. Due to the lag from light speed over a distance of 70 trillion miles, the earliest possible date for a response to arrive back would be 2042. The next event that we anticipate is the FIFA World Cup 2030. The FIFA World Cup is held from 18th of June to 21st of July 2030. The tournament is especially significant as it marks the centenary of the first ever World Cup, held in July 1930. Back then, only 13 teams competed, with host Uruguay emerging victorious in the final, defeating Argentina with a score of 4-2. In 2030, a total of 48 teams are playing. For the first time, three countries from two continents are hosting the competition. Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Additionally, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay are part of the hosting to commemorate the 100th anniversary. Alongside a special centenary celebration, the first game is played at Estadio Centenario Stadium in Montevideo, Uruguay, where the 1930 final took place. The second and third games are played in Argentina and Paraguay, respectively. The rest of the games and the opening ceremony are held in Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. The 2030 World Cup, while undoubtedly a historic and much celebrated event, faces logistical challenges due to its geographic spread. It has caused a backlash from fans, football officials, and environmentalists because of the large distance between Europe and America. This requires considerable plane travel, increases carbon footprint of FIFA, and means that players have only a short amount of rest after traveling back to the main host in Iberia and North. The next event that we anticipate are AI designed antibiotics that are available on prescription. During the late 2010s and early 2020s, artificial intelligence (AI) became increasingly critical to medical research, demonstrating potential in expediting the drug discovery process. Deep learning algorithms grew rapidly in capability, analyzing huge data sets to predict the likely effectiveness of millions of chemical compounds. This began to significantly reduce both the time and cost involved in the initial stages of research. Antibiotic resistance had emerged as a serious and worsening threat to public health. Absent new treatments such as bacteria and superbugs, the world faced a more than tenfold increase in deaths from these infections, potentially surpassing cancer to reach 10 million a year by 2050. In 2020, a team at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology (MIT) used an in silico deep learning approach to identify a powerful new antibiotic compound named Halicin after the fictional AI Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey. The algorithm, trained on a data set of about 2,500 molecules, picked out those with greatest potential to kill bacteria using different mechanisms than existing drugs. In laboratory tests, the drug killed many of the world's most problematic disease-causing bacteria, including some strains resistant to all known treatments. It also cleared infections in two different mouse models. Allison's unusual mechanisms of action involve disrupting a bacterial cell's ability to maintain a normal electrochemical membrane gradient, thus inhibiting metabolism and resulting in death. In 2023, researchers from MIT, in collaboration with McMaster University, used AI to develop another new compound. This time, the training data set involved 7,500 molecules, triple the number of halogens. The triple the number of halogens. The resulting drug, called Advolpium, showed effectiveness against Actinobacter baumannii, one of three superbugs identified by the World Health Organization as critical threat to humanity. Its mode of action involved inhibiting lipoprotein transport. Researchers believe that its precision would make it harder for drug-resistant bacteria to emerge and could lead to fewer side effects. Further testing in the laboratory led to even more potent versions of both Hellicin and Ovalin, followed by clinical trials. These and other drugs began to emerge as a promising solution to antibiotic. The first generation of AI-designed antibiotics became available on prescription by 2030. The next event that we anticipate is depression is the number one global disease burden. When measured by years of life lost, depression now has now overtaken heart disease to become the leading global disease burden. This includes both years lived in a state of poor health and years lost due to premature death. Principal causes of depression include debt worries, unemployment, crime, violence, especially family violence, war, environmental environmental degradation and disaster. The ongoing economic stagnation around the world is a major contributing factor. However, progress is being made with destigmatizing mental illness. The next event that we anticipate is child mortality approaching 2% globally. Childhood mortality, defined as the number of children dying under the age of was a major issue during the 20th century. In 1970, more than 14% of children worldwide never saw their first birthday, while in Africa the figure was even higher at over 24%. The gap between rich and poor nations is staggering, with a mortality rate of only 24 per 1,000 live births in most industrialized countries, an order of magnitude lower. Improvements in medicine, education, economic opportunity, and living standards led to a fall in child deaths over subsequent decades. More and more children were being saved by low-tech, cost-effective, evidence-based measures. These included vaccines, antibiotics, micronutrient supplementation, insecticide-treated bed nets, improved family care and breastfeeding practices, and oral rehydration therapy. The empowerment of women, the removal of social and financial barriers to accessing basic services, new innovations that made the supply of critical services more available to report and increasing local accountability were policy interventions that reduced mortality and improved health. The UN's Millennium Development Goals included the ambiguous target of reducing by two-thirds between 1990 and 20, the number of children dying under age 5. While this goal failed to be met in time, the progress achieved was still significant. A drop from 92 to 43 deaths per 1,000 live births. Public, private, and nonprofit organizations keen to build on their experience and ensure the continuation of this trend made childhood survival a focus on the new Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030. A new objective was set, which aimed to lower the under 5 mortality rate figure to less than 25 per 1,000 live births worldwide. With ongoing improvements in public health and education, aided by widespread access to the internet in developed regions, this new goal was largely met, with further declines in childhood mortality from 2015 to 2030. Although some regions in Africa still have unacceptably high rates, the overall worldwide figure is around 2% by 2030. One recent development now having a major impact is the mass application of gene drives mosquito to control mosquito populations, greatly reducing the number of pairs. Huge advances have been made in the prevention and treatment of HIV, which is no longer the death sentence it used to. Some diseases have been eradicated by now, including polio, guinea worm, elephantiasis, river blindness, and blinding trachoma. However, the process achieved in recent decades is now threatened by the worsening problems of climate change and other environmental issues, along with antibiotic resistance. Even discounting these emerging threats, it is simply impractical and impossible to prevent every childhood death with current levels of technology and surveillance. As such, childhood mortality begins to taper off, but not reaching zero until much further into the future. The next event that we anticipate is the Muslim population significantly increase. By 2030, the Muslim share of global population has reached 26%. This compares with 19.1 in 1990. Countries which have seen the largest growth rate include Ireland, 190.7% increase, Canada, 183.1% increase, Finland, 150%, Norway, 149.3%, New Zealand, 146.3%, United States, 106.5%, and Sweden, 107.2%, which include include those which have experienced the biggest falls include Lithuania, -33.3%, Moldova, -13.3%, Belarus, -10.5%, Japan, -7.6%, Guyana, -7.3%, Poland, -5%, and Hungary, -4%. A number of factors have driven this trend. Firstly, Muslims have higher fertility rates, more children per woman than non-Muslims. Secondly, a larger share of Muslims Secondly, a larger share of the Muslim population has entered or is entering the prime reproductive years, ages 15 to 29. Thirdly, health and economic gains in Muslim-majority countries have resulted in greater than average decline in childhood and infant mortality rates, with life expectancy improving faster too. Despite an increasing share of the population, the overall rate of growth for Muslims has begun to slow when compared with earlier decades. Later this century, both Muslim and non-Muslim numbers will approach a plateau as the global population stabilizes. The spread of democracy and improved access to education are emerging as major factors in the slow slowing fertility rate, though Islam has yet to undergo the sort of renaissance and reformation that Christianity did. Sunni Muslims continue to make up the overwhelming majority, 90% of Muslims in 2030. The portion of the world's Muslims who are Shia has declined significantly, mainly because of relatively low fertility in Iran, where more than a third of the world's Shia Muslims live. The next event that we anticipate is orbital space junk is becoming a major problem for spaceflight. Space junk, debris left in orbit from human activity, has been steadily building in low Earth orbit for more than 20 years. It is made up of everything from spent rocket stages to defunct satellites to debris left over from accidental collisions. The size of space junk can reach up to several meters, but is most often minuscule particles such as metal shavings and paint parts. Despite their small size, such pieces of debris often sustain speeds of 30,000 miles per hour, easily fast enough to deal significant damage to a spacecraft. Satellites, rockets, and space stations, as well as astronauts conducting spacewalks, have all had to cope with the increasing damage caused by collisions with particles. One of the biggest issues with space junk is the fact that it grows exponentially. This trend, along with the increasing number of countries entering space, has made orbital collisions happen almost regularly in years. The newest space-faring nations have been particularly affected. Events similar to the 2009 collision of U.S. Iridium and Russian Cosmos satellites have raised fears of the so-called Tesla. This scenario is where space junk reaches a critical mass, triggering a chain reaction of collisions until virtually every satellite and man-made object in an orbital band has been reduced to debris. Such an event could destroy the global economy and render future space travel almost impossible. By 2030, the amount of space junk in orbit has tripled compared to 2011. Countless millions of fragments can now be found at various levels of orbit. A new generation of shielding for spacecraft and rockets is being developed, along with tougher and more durable spacesuits for astronauts. This includes the use of self-healing nanotechnology materials, though expenses are too high to outfit everything. Larger chunks of debris have also been impacting Larger chunks of debris have also been impacting on Earth itself more frequently, though most land and ocean since the planet's surface is 70% covered in water. A few crash on land, necessitating early warning systems for people in affected areas. Increased regulation has begun to mitigate the growth of space debris. Increased regulation has begun to mitigate the growth of space debris, while better shielding and repair technology has reduced the frequency of damage. Increased computing power and tracking systems are also helping to predict the path of debris and instruct spacecraft to avoid the most dangerous areas. Options to physically move debris are also being deployed, including nets and harpoons fired from satellites, along with ground-based blades that can push junk into decaying orbits so it burns up in the atmosphere. Despite this, space junk remains an expensive topic. The next event that we anticipate is the UK space industry quadrupling in size. In 2010, the UK government established the United Kingdom Space Agency, UKSA. This replaced the British National Space Centre and took over responsibility for key budgets and policies on space exploration, representing the country in all negotiations on space matters and bringing together all sectors of space. activities under one single management. By 2014, the UK's thriving space sector was contributing over £9 billion, or $15.2 billion, to the economy each year and directly employing 29,000 people with an average growth rate of almost 6.5%. Recognizing its strong potential, the government backed plans for a fourfold expansion of the industry. New legal framework allowed a spaceport to be established in the UK, triggering growth of space tourism, launch services, and other high-tech companies. By 2030, the UK has become a major player in the space industry with a global market share of 10%. Having quadrupled in size, its space industry now contributes £40 billion, or $67 billion a year, to the economy and has generated over 100,000 new high-skilled jobs. The UK has significantly increased leadership and influence in crucial areas like satellite communications, Earth observation, disaster relief, and climate change monitoring. The growth of space-based products and services means the UK is now one of the first 100% broadband-enabled countries in the world. This has also reduced the cost of delivering government services to all citizens, regardless of their location. The next event that we anticipate is the Lockheed Martin SR-72 entering service. The SR-72 is an unmanned hypersonic aircraft intended for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Developed by Lockheed Martin, it is the long-awaited successor to the SR-71 Blackbird that was retired in 1988. The plane combines both a traditional turbine and a scramjet to achieve speeds of Mach 6, making it twice as fast as the SR-71 and capable of crossing the Atlantic Ocean in under an hour. A scaled demonstrator was built and tested in 2018. This was followed by a full-size demonstrator in 2023 and then entry into service by 2030. The SR-72 is similar in size to the SR-71 at approximately 100 feet or 30 meters long, with an operational altitude of 80,000 or 24,300 meters combined with its speed. The SR-72 is almost impossible to shoot down. The next event that we anticipate is half of America's shopping malls being closed. For much of the 20th century, shopping malls were an intrinsic part of American culture. At their peak in the mid-1990s, the country was building 140 new shopping malls every year. But from the early 2000s onward, underperforming and vacant malls, known as Grayfield and Dead Mall estates, became an emerging problem. In 2007, a year before the Great Recession, no new malls were built in America for the first time in half a century. Only a single new mall, City Creek Center Mall in Salt Lake City, was built between 2007 and 2012. The economic health of surviving malls continued to decline, with high vacancy rates creating oversupply of land. A number of changes had occurred in shopping and driving habits. More and more people were living in cities with fewer interested in driving, people in general spending less than before. Tech-savvy millennials in particular had embraced new ways of living. The internet had made it far easier to identify the cheapest product and to order items without having to be physically there in person. In earlier decades, this had mostly affected digital goods such as music, books, and videos, which could be obtained in a matter of seconds. But even clothing was eventually possible to download thanks to the proliferation of 3D printing in the home. Many of these abandoned malls are now being converted to other uses, such as housing. The next event that we anticipate is 8K VR headsets becoming common. 8K displays mounting to 33 megapixel resolution per eye are a fairly standard feature of virtual reality VR in 2030. These offer quadruple the pixel count of the best consumer VR products from a decade earlier. Following a long period with little or no activity, the VR industry saw a major revival from around 2015 onward. A prototype of the Oculus Rift and its subsequent commercial releases led to dozens of competitors within a few years, including models a with better resolution from field to view (FOV). Having initially been a somewhat expensive and niche form of entertainment, VR declined greatly in cost during the 2020s. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated its mainstream adoption. By 2030, the quality of VR has improved exponentially. The latest screens now provide breathtaking detail and realism, ultra-low latency, and wide field of view, while a variety of new features are combined to enhance the level of immersion and interactivity still further. For example, most headsets now include a standard For example, most headsets now include as standard the option for a brain-computer interface to record users' electrical signals, enabling actions to be directed by merely thinking about them. Such technology had already begun to emerge some years previously, but has now improved greatly in terms of speed, accuracy, and predictability. Non-invasive sensors placed on the scalp are now far the preferred choice of mainstream BCI brain-computer interface use. However, more advanced options for invasive BCIs have now begun to emerge as the technology shifts from purely clinical uses such as treating paralysis and into business, leisure, and entertainment. Although still at a niche and experimental phase of development, early adopters willing to undergo surgery and have electrodes touching the surface of the brain can use bidirectional links for both reading and writing information to their neocortex. In VR gaming, these more invasive PCIs can increase the level of immersion, tricking the senses in new ways, tricking the senses in ways that bring a player closer to the action. New visual, auditory, and tactile sensations are made possible by stimulating both the motor and visual cortex. These effects are rather limited at this stage and exploited by only the most hardcore gamers, but provide more lifelike ways of interacting with simulated people, objects, and environment. This decade sees more progress with BPI, brain computer interface technology, as well as the number of electrodes used in the implants grows by leaps and bounds, enabling larger and more complex brain patterns to be recorded and decoded. In addition to gaming, BCIs gain popularity from the enhancement of wellness functions such as for guided meditation and the improvement of sleep quality. At the same time, ethical issues are emerging over consent, privacy, identity, and agency, especially when BCIs are combined with AI. The next event that we anticipate are 100 terabyte HDDs reaching the consumer level. As of 2020, consumer level hard disk drives (HDDs) featured capacities up to a maximum of about 18 terabytes, while solid state drives (SSDs) have been available with greater storage sizes for enterprise grade users, as well as faster transfer speeds. Traditional hard disk drives remained a relevant and attractive alternative thanks to their much lower cost. With perpendicular magnetic recording (PMR) approaching its limits, even boosted with two-dimensional magnetic recording (TDMR), the capacity of HDDs had seen a reduced rate of growth in the 2010s. However, an innovative technique known as heat-assisted magnetic recording (HAMR) allowed data to be written to much smaller spaces. This provided a major acceleration in storage capability during the 2020s, creating a new paradigm for HDD with successive generations, now able to jump in larger steps of 4 terabytes, 6 terabytes, and 10 terabytes at a time. Although data density continued to grow rapidly, transfer speeds became an increasingly important consideration. Vast storage volumes needed to be accessible at rates commensurate with their size. To boost the IOPS per terabyte performance of HDDs, multi-actuator drives began to emerge. For example, using two actuators instead of one could almost double throughput. For example, using two actuators instead of one could almost double throughput. With 50 terabyte consumer level HDDs on sale in 2026, hard drive makers continue to innovate and find ways of making data both smaller and faster, driven by the world's ever-growing demand for storage. By 2030, consumer PCs have access to 100 terabyte hard disk drives, quintupling the figure of a decade earlier. The next event that we anticipate is the complete completion of Saudi Vision 2030. This year sees the realization of long-term strategic framework for Saudi Arabia, intended to reduce the country's dependence on oil, diversify its economy, and develop public service sectors such as education, health infrastructure, recreation, and tourism. The key goals of Saudi Vision 2030 include reinforcing economic and investment activity, oil international trade, and promoting a softer and more secular image of the kingdom. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman first announced the vision in 2016. The Saudi Council of Economic and Development Affairs (CEA) then began identifying and monitoring the steps crucial for implementation by 2030. The CEDA established a program called Vision Realization Programs covering the different areas such as energy, finance, housing, quality of life, and transport. The kingdom's goals for 2030 included to move Saudi Arabia from the 19th largest economy in the world into the top 15, to increase non-oil government revenue from SAR 163 billion US $14.5 billion to at least SAR 1 trillion US 267, to increase women's participation in the workforce from 22% to 30%, to increase small and medium-sized enterprise SME contribution to GDP from 20% to 35%, to increase the private sector's contribution from 40% to 65% of GDP, to increase household spending on cultural and entertainment activities inside the kingdom from the current level of 2.9%, to increase the ratio of individuals exercising once a week from 13% of the population to 40%, to increase the average life expectancy from 74 years to 80. We have three Saudi cities recognized in the top 1% of cities in the world, to more than double the number of Saudi heritage sites registered with UNESCO. Alongside these socio-economic measures, proposals for various large-scale projects began to emerge. The developers intended to both improve the country's domestic transport and infrastructure and to showcase Saudi Arabia to the world as a destination for leisure and investment. They included new retail, hotel, entertainment, cultural, and residential mega projects, as well as industrial, logistics, and public facilities. By far the costliest and most prominent took the form of 500 billion. By far the costliest and most prominent took the form of a $500 billion smart city in the northwestern corner of the country, known as NEOM, a portmanteau of the Greek word neos, meaning new, and mustaqbal, the Arabic word for future. This would operate independently from the existing governmental framework with its own tax and labor laws and an autonomous judicial system. According to its developers, NEOM would be a hub of innovation where global business and emerging players can research, incubate, and commercialize groundbreaking technologies to accelerate human progress. In 2021, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman unveiled the first major development within the NEOM zone, a planned city named the Line. The line, as it has been suggested, was to consist of a long, linear development stretching for over 170 kilometers. This huge continuous urban belt would enable the Red Sea coastline to the west to be linked with mountains and upper valleys in the east. The developers intended it to redefine the traditional layout of a city by emphasizing a strong focus on nature, livability, health, and community connection. The line's master plan called for a building around nature rather than over it and specified large areas of land to be preserved for conservation. The need for cars and other vehicles would be eliminated, with all essential daily needs provided within a 5-minute walk for every resident. The project would include a system of ultra-high-speed mass transit running its complete length, with businesses and communities also hyper-connected to a digital framework to incorporate artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics. The AI would monitor the city using predictive and data models to optimize daily life for citizens in various ways. The line would be self-sufficient with locally grown food powered by 100% clean energy, home to abundant parks and other green spaces, and with sustainable and regenerative practices adapted throughout the city. The developers completed phase one of the line in 20. The developers completed phase has reached over a million by 2030, and the city has now boosted Saudi Arabia's economy by SAR $180 billion, US $48 billion, or I should say SAR 180 billion, US $48 billion. In addition to advanced technologies, the line boasts other features. Its location makes it favorable in terms of weather and climate conditions, being one of the few areas of Saudi Arabia to experience snowfall in winter, as well as benefiting from the ocean breeze and aquatic recreation opportunities. Temperatures are 10 degrees Celsius lower than the average for the Arabian Peninsula. As a further geographic advantage, it can also be reached by more than 40% of the world's population in less than a 4-hour flight, while 13% of global trade already flows through the Red Sea. The line serves as a model for future development within the NEOM zone, while also inspiring other large-scale infrastructure projects both in Saudi Arabia and around the world. The next event that we anticipate is the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider entering operation. The High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider (HLLHC) enters operation at CERN, marking the most extensive upgrade in the history of the Large Hadron Collider. The new configuration increases the machine's luminosity by a factor of 5 to 7. Luminosity measures how many particle collisions occur in a given time. Higher luminosity means more collisions, more data, and a greater chance of spotting rare phenomena. Over its lifetime, the HLLHC collects around 10 times more data than the original LHC. The dramatic increase allows physicists to study known particles with far greater precision and to search more effectively for signs of physics beyond the standard model. The upgraded collider produces at least 15 million Higgs bosons per year, compared with around 1.2 billion produced during the Large Hadron Collider's first runs in 2011 and 2012, enabling detailed measurements and its properties that were previously impossible. CERN had originally aimed to bring the HLLHC online in the mid-2020s, but the schedule shifted due to the scale and complexity of the required upgrade. Although some early components were installed during the Large Hadron Collider's long shutdown from 2018 to 2022, most of the new equipment and major experimental upgrades were carried out during Long Shutdown 3, which took place between 2026 and 2029. Following installation and commissioning, the startup of HLLHC physics operations run 4 occurs in 2030. With data collection now underway, researchers can probe the Higgs boson with unprecedented accuracy and place far tighter constraints on new theories, helping to guide the future direction of high energy physics beyond the LHC era. Helping to guide the future direction of high energy physics beyond the LHC era. The next event that we anticipate is the entire ocean floor being mapped. While humans had long ago conquered the Earth's land masses, the deep oceans lay mostly unexplored. In the early years of the 21st century, only 20% of the global ocean floor had been mapped in detail. Even the surfaces of the Moon, Mars, and other planets were best understood. With data now becoming as important a commodity as oil, researchers set out to acquire knowledge of the remaining 80% and uncover a potential treasure trove of information. Seabed 2030, a collaborative project between the Nippon Foundation of Japan and General Bathymetric Chart of the Ocean (GETCO), aimed to bring together all available bathymetric data to produce a definitive map of the world ocean floor by 2030. As part of the effort, fleets of automated vessels capable of transoceanic journeys would cover millions of square miles, carrying with them an array of sensors and technology. These uncrewed ships, monitored by a control center in Southampton, UK, would deploy tethered robots to inspect points of interest all the way down to the floor of the ocean, thousands of meters below the surface. By 2030, the project is largely complete. By 2030, the project is largely complete. The maps provide a wealth of new information on the global seabed, revealing its geology in unprecedented detail and showing the location of hotspots, as well as many shipwrecks, crash planes, archaeological artifacts, and other unique sites. Commercial applications include the inspection of pipelines and surveying of bed conditions for telecoms, cables, offshore wind farms, and so on. However, concerns are raised over the potential impact of new undersea mining technology, the opportunities for which are now greatly. And with that, we have concluded the first year of the next decade of 2030, addressing many important issues. Tony, what are your thoughts? I've been agreeing with you. Absolutely. Some other things that I find are going to be really interesting as we move into the next decade: child mortality decreasing. Hopefully, we can consider this, continue to see that number of 2% child mortality rate being reduced. 6G as a standard being released is quite interesting. I'm always about communication and connectivity, no matter where it is, and I always want faster, better, stronger, uh, more efficient. I'm always generally an advocate of that. Uh, we really see China rising as a leader its global position with its nuclear stockpile exceeding over 1,000 weapons and its Long March 9 rocket, perhaps with lunar missions. Certainly, global warming is always going to be an issue, at least in the general future. So we always need to ensure that we are minimizing any uh, human-aided uh, carbon emissions that are possible. I think that things like half of America's shopping malls being closed, like you had mentioned, uh, it's a sign of the times, and hopefully we can convert these spaces into places that could be reutilized. Perhaps there could be some type of mall-like renaissance in some areas. People are very keen on nostalgia, and I would like to see people still be able to use the mall in one way or another, perhaps not in as large a way as possible as was once the case, because we do see the internet replacing many of these facilities, but perhaps in some areas it might still be a fun place to go. And then for those where they have closed, to see housing uh, to be these areas to be used for housing would be really important. The Lockheed Martin SR-72, wow, the ability to cross the Atlantic in less than an hour is really an amazing undertaking. Of course, the entire ocean floor being mapped, I think, is an amazing opportunity. I also call on an organization like Google that has mapped the general road of the Earth and many of the areas above the surface to perhaps have some kind of plan or project to map the ocean floors like a street view. You could have an ocean view. You can actually see the 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 geology and the topography of the ocean floor from a real time, or at least a real view if you were in, say, a submarine at that depth of the ocean. Other things that I think are going to be interesting are the smart grid. certainly AI designed antibiotics. Uh, one really interesting one is depression being the number one global disease burden. And hopefully, we're able to develop ways to less than that. That's unfortunate because in a lot of ways, I would hope that we would be able to control that. But yes, those are some of the events that we anticipate. 8K VR headsets, that'll be really great. 100 terabyte hard disk drives on the consumer level, absolutely. Let's do our best to make these efficient and economical for your average individual. And we really see the rise of Saudi Arabia in many of these discussions alongside China and some of the other industrial emerging industrial powers. With that, do you have anything else to add, Tony? I am as well. And with that, both Tony and I want to thank you for being here. And we should say that none of these are absolute for certain, but this is just what people in 2026 anticipate for the future. And we look forward to being alongside you all, whether now or into the future, whenever you're watching this, to see how accurate many of these predictions are. With that, we want to thank you, and we'll see you next. Cut. Okay, that was great. I know that you're tired, and I get that. I am too. Here's what I want to do. Um, if it's okay with you, uh, I know I've got a lot of things going with my computer, so hopefully the amount of time it takes for me to upload this will be shortened. Um, I'm gonna create a Google document. You know what a Google Doc is? Okay, and I'm gonna share it with you. Do you have a Google account? Okay, so can you email me your Google account and I'll share it with you? And what this will be are the descriptions for every year that we have, as well as I'm going to do my best to put out press releases for each one of these years. And then you can read them and we can make changes to them as needed. How does that? Okay, so your uh, you're going to email me your whatever your username or yeah your Gmail, and then I will share with you the document. And you did get the descriptions for 2027 and 2028 and 2029 and 2030, and I'll just keep making them like that. And yeah, this was really good. Yeah. What do you mean? Can I leave? Yeah, most certainly. But I have to keep this window open. You know that, right? Okay. I know, and we did a lot today. We did our closing, and we did 2 years. That's good. All right, excellent. And then if you need me, come to the Discord. Okay. All right. Take care, big guy. Absolutely.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
can you hear me? You need to come back. It's like your is not incomplete. I don't know what is going on.
What did you say?
It looks like you didn't finish uploading.
It says uploading your recording right now, so I'm still uploading. It's still uploading.
I don't know.
It went from 43 to 44%.
Like I don't I have like I have I'm gonna send you on DMs on Discord.
Okay, wait. What do you say? Just, I mean, can't we just let it upload?
I don't know. I'm gonna send you that on the Discord.
Okay, what does it say?
Just wait, wait.
Are you? Can you send me a screenshot?
Yeah. Okay. No.
Well, yeah, it's incomplete, but it's still going.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it was like just when we started, it was at 44%. Now it's at 47%. So probably
Yeah.
in the next, I don't know,
I don't have like
20,
I don't have that number, so I was afraid. I was afraid because I don't have that number there.
that's okay. What happens when you press resolve?
Resolve is send an email, the copy instruction.
Yeah. So right now it's at 48%. So it's gone up 4% just in the, yeah, it'd probably be like 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm. I hope. I
Well,
hope.
I mean,
Like.
in worst case scenario, I've got it like
Mm-hmm.
multiple versions of it. But um, I mean, I just did what you told me to do when you were like, "Can you leave?" And I was like, "Yeah,
Sorry, yeah. I was, yeah. I fucked it up.
that's okay.
Maybe.
That's okay." Let me see what it's at now. Okay, it's at 49% now. So, it went up like 5%. It's going up like 1% a minute or maybe a little more. So,
Okay, so like I will be back in 20 minutes, and I hope it will going to do.
okay,
Okay, talk to you soon.
next
Bye.
time. Bye. What's up, Zoo? Zoo, Zoo. How you living, pimp?
I was just debating the flat earther.
You were just debating what?
The flat earther.
How did it go?
I said the earth can't be flat. If the earth was flat, it would have edges. There's terrain on earth, but there's no edges.
What did they say?
I said, they said that's dumb. And then I was like, well, how can the ocean pull in the edge of the earth?
What did they say?
They were just dumb.
Okay, where did you
They
debate?
didn't have a response.
Where did you debate them?
Until then,
Where in Telegram?
no problem with that.
How did you meet them?
Until then,
What Telegram group? Okay. All right, are you ready for my questions for you? Were you in here earlier? Did you see me with Tony?
yeah, I was
Like a couple hours ago?
not like,
Oh no, no, no. Okay, so you hadn't come in here recently, right? Okay. My next question for you is how's CHB doing? Okay. Do you know who potentially is the most beautiful woman ever of us? No, not ever. Okay, yeah, we'll do prettiest woman ever from Australia and prettiest living woman from Australia. Are you ready? Okay, who do you think is the prettiest woman ever from Australia? I'll wait.
ever.
Ever.
There wouldn't be someone famous.
No, she's very famous.
Rabbi.
No, she's not alive.
Oh, she's not what?
No.
No lie.
No, she died within the last like 10 years.
Are you gonna answer or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I'm trying to think.
She was very popular in like the 1970s.
Olivia Newton-John.
That's correct. Do you think Olivia Newton-John was pretty?
I'm gonna go to this one.
Yeah, she's hot as fuck. All right, now who do you think is the prettiest living Australian? I have a very controversial take on it. Like, it's obvious that you could say Margot Robbie. Like, that shouldn't even be like an argument. 'Cause there's like that's anyone other than Margot Robbie. Because if you said, well, I think the prettiest living Australian is Margot Robbie, I can't really argue with that. Beautiful. Do you want a hint? She had her peak in the 1990s.
Okay.
You know what? That's actually you could choose Nicole Kidman, and I'd be okay with that too. Um, so let's not include her.
Kate Blanchett.
No, not Kate Blanchett. Very pretty. No. You want another clue?
Oh,
This person is a musical artist.
I don't hear you thinking of it. Just blank on the name.
Okay, up in my thinking.
But one of the most famous people in Australia. Probably not.
No, it's not talking about.
They're a pop star?
Yep. She had like a giant hit in the United States. Giant. And if you look at
Natalie and Beverly.
who?
Natalie and Beverly.
Yeah, Natalie Imbruglia. Yeah, that's right. How did you guess this?
There's a bunch of pop stars in there TV series maybe. Soap opera.
Did she come from that?
Yeah.
Have you seen this woman? You don't know what she looks like?
Delta Goodrum's the hottest.
Wait, what?
Delta Goodrum.
What?
I said Delta Goodrum's the hottest.
Nobody knows who that is.
The girl.
Okay, well, I'm busy right now, but I will in a few moments.
The same age as you. Yeah.
Okay, 0 to 10, how hot is in her peak. Um, Margot Robbie.
Yeah, I don't want everything was probably 9.5.
I'm in agreement with you on that, Doc. That's good. Yeah, if you would have said 9.9, I would have said she's not like she's like extremely beautiful, but nine.
No one's a 10. I didn't have those.
I'm a 10, and everybody knows it. But everybody else, yeah, I'll agree with you. Are you ready to lose?
AI said there was 7.5.
AI says what?
7.5.
Who is the 7.5?
Me.
You can give it a picture of yourself, and it'll tell you what you are.
Yeah.
Well, it broke when I gave it to it because it said it's never experienced such perfection.
I'm a 10. Okay. I'm a 10 to somebody.
That's all that matters, big dog.
You're a 10 to someone. Very good.
Yeah, it's known as all chicks on earth. That's all about it. There.
Nobody is a 10 to ever. You can be the most handsome man in the world, and there's some women out there that think that.
Not this one. Dude, I'm gonna ask you a question, and this is a serious question. I want you to scale 0 to 10. How good are you at mini golf? What are you?
4.
You think that you're a 4? Okay.
Maybe a 6.
I would say that you are a rise and shine. Look who it is, Reverend Andrew. Hope you're doing well. He's still got to get his sleep. He hasn't slept.
Well, here's the thing. I would be better than the average person in Canada right now.
I mean, there's a way to get these rankings. If you're above a 1200 in rankings, then you are better than average. And um, like the highest people in the world are like up 1500.
1,200.
Yeah, but you don't play ranked, do you?
Really?
Dude, I've been playing it a lot. I'm at 1300. I have to work pretty hard to get that. But they changed it. So I don't know. I used to be better, but that was when you would play 1 versus 1 for 3 holes. Now you play 3 versus like one versus it's 1 versus 1 versus 1, so it's 3 people now. And that definitely adds a lot more difficulty because
Okay.
before if you let's say you won the first hole, all you have to do is play extremely defensively for the second and the third hole, and chances are you're going to win. But not now. Now it's much more difficult.
Holy shit. On poll, I'm ranked 1264.
You're pretty good at pool.
I'm trick shot. I'm in the top 2,942 in the trick shot.
Are you proud of that?